There I am. Oh, I left my settings on. Oh no. I'll go away in a second here. Okay, and everything's working? Yes, good. Okay. Hello, everybody. It's your friendly local zipperworks, and today I'm going to be starting out Trails in the Sky first chapter. I've only played a little bit of the prologue before, and I suck at it, so we'll see how this goes. Hopefully better than it did last time. Give me a second here. I need to pull my stuffs up. And, like, actually be able to see. I will be playing with a walkthrough just because there's so much missable stuff in any Trails game. I have played, Cold Steel 1 and 2 fully, so I know vaguely what I'm getting into Trails-wise, but these are older, so this will be fun. Okay, so that's done. Let me actually start the game. I think that'll be okay. Hopefully you can't hear too much of my cat playing in the background. Um, he's having a good time today. You can hear it. Hopefully. Can't see it. And it's frozen. Yeah, will you show up if I do that? Maybe? Oh my god, how many things in Clip do I have open right now? I don't even have that open. What are you talking about? Notice me, senpai. There we go. Now, this is a game I can actually use the full thing for. How often does that happen, am I right? Okay. We will be... Start? It recognizes up and down. It doesn't seem to recognize my gamepad, and I don't want to play... I should have gotten this set up before the stream, but I've been real busy today, so that's been hard. What are you doing? Goodness. Okay, And I have to go to the Kiseki Wiki already. Love this for us. Let's close that and try it again. Maybe if I do a thing in through here. What does any of this mean? Oh, input. There it is. Gamepad. Okay. I guess I'll figure out everything else as we go then, but... Oh no, what have I done? Okay. Reset to default. That should be okay. Sorry, it's taking me a second here. Maybe this time. Yeah. Okay, got that working. Step 1. You recognize my gamepad, but not enough to actually let me use it? Okay, why? Oh! That's button 1 for you? What's wrong with you? Alright, well, I figured out what it is. Average difficulty, for those wanting a little challenge. Yeah, I'm not doing anything above that. I was dying on normal. Daddy's really late. I even got a message from the guild saying you'd be home today, too. I'm sure it's going traveling around the kingdom on some kind of training. So bored! Maybe I'll just practice my staff a little bit more after dinner. Hey, I'm home! Daddy! Sorry to have kept you waiting, Estelle. Did you take good care of the house while I was away? Of course I did. Did you run into any trouble, Daddy? You didn't get hurt fighting the bad monsters, did you? Nope. I'm as fit as a fiddle. That reminds me, though, I brought you a present. Really? What kind of present? A new fishing pole? Sneakers? Something for my training? Maybe I raised you wrong, Estelle. Little girl's supposed to like clothes and jewelry. I like pretty clothes, but they just get dirty. Enjoy your breaks and you go play outside with it on. Anyway, Daddy, what's with the big bag kit? Is that my present? Oh, you're a sharp one. Now why don't you come have a look? Oh, hey, it's a dead kid. Love that. What? Well, here you are. Quite a handsome boy, don't you think? Why is my brother a boy? Don't make such a fuss or you'll wake him up. Oh, I guess he's not dead, okay. Wake him up? You mean he's still alive? I still completely thought her dad brought a dead kid home. Bless. Looks kind of dead if you ask me. I treated his wounds. We should be in stable condition. In the meantime, however, we'll need to let him rest. I'll put him to bed, so if you wouldn't mind heating a kettle of water on the stove, I'd appreciate it. Okay. He sure sleeps soundly. He almost looks the same age as me. First time I've ever seen black hair like that, too. He certainly does have a nice head of dark hair, and a pair of amber eyes to go with it. That's nice and all, but how about you come clean and fess up? Fess up? Yeah, who is this kid, anyway? Why is he hurt? Why did you bring him to our house? Is he an illegitimate child or something? Did you betray Mommy? Where have you been picking up these kinds of words? No doubt from Scheherazade, I assume. Yep, that's right. For heaven's sake, the girl's going to get me into trouble with these days with all her nonsense. Actually, I just met this boy while I was out on business, and I don't even know his name. You mean Bracer business? Something like that. Oh, look. Huh? He's waking up. Wow, his eyes really are the color of amber. Where am I? So you're awake now, are you? Welcome to my humble home. You'll be safe here, so please just try to rest. What are you trying to pull? Huh? You must be out of your mind. Why didn't you just leave me there to die? Why? Now that's a question I don't know how to answer. Does things just work out that way for you? Don't toy with me, Cassius Bright. Do you have any idea what you're getting yourself involved in? Hey! You're just shouting loud for someone who's supposed to be heard. Running your mouth like that, it's just gonna make it take longer for your body to heal. And just who are you supposed to be? I'm Estelle! Estelle Bright! She's my daughter. Don't you remember me telling you I have a daughter your age? Now that you mention it. Wait a minute, don't try to change this up. Ow! Quit yelling! Right already. But you jumping on me like that isn't gonna make me heal any faster either. I don't hear you yelling again, do I? Look, jumping at me like that is just gonna make things worse. Do I hear yelling? Never mind, just forget it. As a word of advice, it'd be wise not to argue with Estelle while you're in this house. Even I wouldn't stand a chance if I made her mad enough. Yeah, I can see that. By the way, aren't you forgetting something? Huh? Your name. You know, that thing that people call you? I told you mine already, so don't you think it would be unfair and impolite not to tell me yours? It seems like the logical thing to do if you ask me. Trying to hide it now would only serve to your detriment. I mean, my name is Fade Out. Love that for us. I had to click off for a second. There we go. Opening movie, which means it's a good time for me to take a drink.
I do love the art style of this game. It's so old school anime. I think you've actually already seen the opening, so I think you're the only one who, of, like, the people who normally come who would have actually not missed anything at this point. Why is my present a boy? Bird. Yeah, isn't that how most games work? Like, you start them and then you just forget to keep playing. At least that's how it works for me. Sword! Big sword! More bird. Yeah, roguelikes do make a lot of things easier. Okay, so something's blowing up over the course of the story. Good to know. Ooh, hot guy in the back. We making breakfast! Ugh, it's so bright in here.
Ugh, I slept like a rock. That must be it's Dad's turn to cook this morning. Wonder if that means Joshua's still in bed. I guess that's a no. Well, guess I better get myself ready then, too. Nice, Joshua! Bravo! Good morning, Estelle. Hope I didn't wake you. I was already up when I heard you start to play. I can't believe how awake you are, though. Even the roosters still have bags under their eyes. Not that I mind. Oh, that siren song of yours gently lulling this beautiful woman from her slumber. What do you mean, woman? We're the same age, and I'm hardly a man. How wrong you are, Joshua. We may be the same age, but I am clearly the woman of the house. And that makes you something like my loyal follower, wouldn't you agree? Yeah. How fortunate for you. You can at least try and sound a tiny bit sincere.
I love Estelle too, she's great.
It really is a nice tune, though. Cheerful, yet somehow wistful. I like your other songs, too, of course, but this one's my favorite. What's it called again? The Whereabouts of Light. That's right, The Whereabouts of Light. I wish I could play the harmonica like you, Joshua. Sadly, it's a lot harder than it looks. Compared to what it takes to use a staff, I think the harmonica is much easier. It's really just a matter of concentration. You're probably right. I guess my problem is just that if I don't do something that uses my whole body, I start to feel drowsy. Okay, playing the harmonica is fine and all, but how do I get some exercise, too? All your hobbies are sitting around kind of stuff, like reading and music. No girl is gonna be impressed with just that.
Well, excuse me for being so unpopular with the ladies. Although I feel like I should be the one lecturing you about your hobbies. I mean, what kind of boy wants a girl who loves fishing and collecting bugs and has a fetish for sports shoes?
That's enough talk about hobbies for now. And for your information, I graduated from bug collecting a long time ago.
Really? I'll believe that when I stop finding beetles in the hallway.
Hey, Estelle!
Joshua!
Morning, Dad!
Good morning, Dad. Is breakfast ready? It's ready and waiting. Why don't the both of you hurry on down before it gets cold?
Okay!
On my way. Yes, ADHD queen. We stand.
Thanks for the grub, Dad! Boy, am I stuffed!
Are you eating or inhaling, Estelle?
Like people say, kids who eat and sleep a lot grow a lot.
Well, make sure you get enough to eat. Don't forget to pour that energy into your work, too.
Hi, Endless!
That reminds me, you two are finishing up your training at the guild today, aren't you? That's right. It'll be a review of everything we've learned up to this point.
And once we're finished, we'll be bracers just like you, Dad. That means I'm not gonna let you treat me like a kid anymore either.
You still lack understanding, Estelle. You can only become a junior bracer in the beginning, or in other words, a trainee. If you want to be treated like an adult, you should work extra hard in your training to become a full-fledged bracer.
Well, I'm not afraid of a little hard work. Just you watch and see what I'm capable of, Dad. I'll be so successful that it won't be long until I pass you too.
That's the spirit. Let's see what you've made of then, shall we? Let's not start a rivalry here, you two. And Estelle, keep your focus on the task at hand. We have a test later on today, remember?
Huh? Wait, what test?
Please tell me that you didn't forget about the test, Estelle. You know, the one that checks whether or not we've mastered the skills we've been learning in training? Don't you remember Shara saying that if we failed, we'd be stuck with a ton of extra homework?
Totally forgot. Now that you mention it, I guess I kind of remember her saying something like that. Don't sweat it, I'm sure we'll manage something or other.
I honestly don't know how you've survived this long, Estelle. Your brain is like a sieve. Oh, it's sad! How can any child of mine end up with such a careless, over-optimistic personality?
You're the one that raised me, so I definitely got it from you.
I swear, the two of you act so much alike. Well, whatever. We should probably head over to the guild soon, Estelle. Shara's gonna be waiting there for us.
Sounds like a plan. You know how crazy scary she gets when someone keeps her waiting. Oh, before I forget, it's my turn to cook dinner tonight. Is there anything in particular you'd like to eat, Dad? Any requests?
Something I'd like to eat, huh? How about Iran-style scallop fish in a balsamic vinegar sauce?
What's that?
I think that's a little more than Estelle's cooking skills can handle, or our stomachs. You're right, I just wanted to see what kind of reaction I could get. I'll just have the usual fried fish and omelet. No need for anything fancy, but do try to make something edible.
How rude. But I can't actually say he's wrong.
Actually, I do have one favor to ask before you head out. I'd like you to pick me up a copy of the Liberal News from the General Goods Store. It's supposed to be getting the latest edition in today.
Got it. One copy of the Liberal News from the General Goods Store.
Sweet money! There's not any money left over, you can have it as your allowance. However, that means no wasteful spending.
Alright, thanks, Dad.
Okay, we're heading out now. See you later, Dad. Work hard and give Sherazard my regards. Oh. Okay. I'm trying to figure out my controls here. Okay. Okay, that's my okay button. There's camp screen. If I click over here, I can see what's going on. Oh god. Okay, the book isn't actually that bad. What is it that it is then? Huh. I distinctly remember Joshua having the defensive butt cat food, but we'll see when we get there. I have to pull back up the thing. Okay. And I will try to talk to all of the NPCs that I can, because this is a Trails game. Oh, I can use the analog. Sweet. This is Estelle's room. Just try to wander around the house, see what's here. I'm gonna guess this is Joshua's bedroom? Where does Dad sleep? Oh, probably here. That would make sense. Where's the bathroom at? Oh god, what's happening? Ah! I am genuinely uncertain of why this is happening, guys. Well... Yeah, I'm not pressing any shoulder buttons. I am gonna save and try to re-enter. Mostly because this thing is also screwed up as far as I can understand it, so, I'm gonna save real quick. You can see I played this once before, many moons ago. Exit game. We'll try that again. I'm not sure why that... Sync a little faster, would you? Okay, I'm not sure why this game thought that Square should be the freaking, English. It should be the, okay button, but it did, which is dumb. Okay, so, okay talk should be X. Cancel should be O. Square, right? Like, what the hell? And this is the part where I get confused, because it don't let me do nothing. Not X, not O, square. I kid you not. Yeah, I don't even pretend to know. Oh, right stick it? No. I don't know why you would think to do that. Okay, Did that just reset everything? I hate things. Okay. Sorry, I'm trying to figure this out. X. O. Okay, I think that's everything. Tone down the sensitivity a little bit too, because that was a lot. Start game, then pray. Yeah, that is the weirdest setup for a game I've ever seen. And again, sorry for not having this set up ahead of time and making, like, absolutely sure it worked. Are you kidding me? Why? What? Now it has triangle mapped to that. Are you kidding me? There's always some scuff, right? What? No! I said all this. Oh. I'm like triple checking that I've done that this time. Fucking triangle. Are you kidding me? If it's triangle again, I might just scream. No, I know I was. I was just trying to get anything to work, right? Like, oh, there we go. Yeah, surprisingly, this came out in 2004. Like, I know Falcom doesn't have a ton of money. Or at least they didn't back when Sky came out. But, guys, what is this? Alright, please don't, please. Okay, cool. I can do it myself now. I don't really know which way I want to go, but that's okay. Let's just wander around the house real quick, see what it's like out here. I wanna fish. Let me fish. Okay, we're out, we're going. Woo! Onto the highway. I'm like trying to get it to match up in a way that like makes sense to me. Okay, cool. Okay, well I want to go to Roland. So that's gonna be up this way. Looks like we made good time. Not too early or too late either.
I just barely graduated from Sunday school. Never dreamed we'd have to study so hard to become bracers.
Well, you're in luck. Today's our last day of training. Truth be told, though, you're the one who signed up to be a bracer in the first place, so I don't know why you'd expect to get away with any less effort.
Well, yeah, guess I did. Alright then, let's get to it and make it through this last hazing from Shara.
You look ready to me. Let's go meet with Shara at the Bracer Guild over there, then. Okay, where are we going? Alright, well, here's the arms shop. Poke around in here. There's NPCs!
Morning, Stella!
Oh my, well, it isn't Estella and Joshua. Are you on your way to Bracer training?
Yeah, just you watch. I'm gonna pass this exam and be as good a bracer as Shara, too.
You're darn right you are. I have faith in you. By the way, Estelle.
What? Why are you looking at me like that?
Did you wash your face? How about your teeth? Did you brush them too? Joshua's so fastidious, but you'll always forget to take care of yourself. Oh, mood.
Come on, that was a long time ago. I don't do that anymore, right, Joshua?
Now that you mention it. You did take off from home the other day with your hair all in a mess, right?
It was only because it was an emergency. Mr. Renon got the newest Strega brand sneakers in on that day.
Estelle!
Yes!
You listen to me carefully. For a girl your age, you need to take care of these things. If your appearance is messy, you won't look like someone that people can trust even if you are a bracer. Your appearance is a reflection of what is on the inside.
Oh, wait, I'll be more careful from now on.
Well, that's that. Now how about the both of you get on over to the guild?
Man, you just can't argue with her.
Top of the morning to you kids.
Good morning, Mr. Elger.
Morning, sir. Well, you're up rather early, aren't you? Correct me if I'm wrong, but today is your last day of training, isn't it? I seem to remember you saying something about it the last time I had you run the store.
Yes, that's right.
I see. Well, I'm sure you'll do just fine, Joshua. Now, Stella, on the other hand, I've got good reason to worry. Stella's been a bit scatterbrained ever since she was a child. Probably all the knocks she took to the head playing with the boys. Really. So I guess that scatterbrain trait isn't something new, huh?
I'll give you a head injury if you don't shut up. And don't call me scatterbrained.
Okay, you two, let's not fight now. Shouldn't you be getting over to the guild?
Morning, Mr. Renan.
Hello there, Estelle and Joshua. Yeah, rather early today. Did you come to buy a new pair of shoes?
Now that you mention it, are there any new ones in stock? You know, like the newest Stragos?
Unbelievably. You've actually already forgotten why we came in here to begin with. We're not here to shop, we're supposed to be buying a copy of the Liberal News for Dad, right?
Of course!
You've always been a big collector of those shoes, haven't you, Estelle? I'm afraid that the new Stragons aren't out yet. If you're after the latest issue of the Liberal News, though, it should have them in around noon.
Noon, huh? That's right in the middle of her training at the guild house.
We'll stop by after our training is over. Sure, I'll be waiting for you.
The morning air is so crisp and fresh. Let's see, it's about time I water my lovely flowers.
No. I didn't mean to leave. Minimap lied. Or rather, it didn't lie, but I can't see anything.
The weather is so wonderful and revitalizing today. I have the strange feeling that something good's gonna happen.
Oh, look what the cat dragged in. Still, Joshua, how have you been?
Morning, Mr. Fate.
Morning, sir. How's your father, Cassius? Is he doing well?
Yep, he's doing so well, it might even surprise you. I don't think there's anyone else his age who's in such good shape.
That's it? My daughter's really wanted to see him, but he hasn't shown his face around here in a while. Could you give him a message for me? Tell him the Fate says you'd like to talk about the old days sometimes. Sure, we'll tell him.
Hey, Joshua. How does Mr. Fate know Dad so well again? I know they're friends and all, but...
I heard they were battle buddies during their days in the Royal Army.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
I want to take the ladder. Why can't I take the ladder? Alright. Let's handle that. Who lives over here? Let's see here. It looks like my husband's gone to work. Better do the housework quickly and head out to take care of the shopping. Farming, mining, and timber. Those are the three major industries here in Roland. She would, though. It's no exaggeration to say that these industries are what support Roland economically. Timber industry, which grows forests and in turn uses the trees as a resource, began at Queen Alicia's behest. Wow, thanks for giving me, you know, the background I didn't ask for or want. My husband works in the Malga mine to the north of here. He left here at the crack of dawn. Sometimes he doesn't even come home for days on end. Ah, sorry about that.
My daddy's job is digging holes, and he finds lots of pretty rocks inside. He says they're called septium.
And we will need those later. That girl is so cute. I've got to be courageous and try to talk to her.
Okay.
Me just trying to find the staircase and failing. I am not good at isometric. Alright, there's him again. There's the one place we went. There's Renon's. Okay. I'm figuring things out. Oh, there's a Bracer Guild. We don't want to go there yet. We do want to go into the Orbital Factory, though. Hey, if it isn't Joshua and Estelle, how are those ornaments working out for you that we turned the other time you were here? In your case, Estelle, it's not whether the ornament is good or bad. The problem lies in the way you use it. You're always jumping into things with a second thought, so you end up being slow to learn. If you just start thinking before you start swinging, then you'd learn twice as much.
Well, excuse me for sucking!
There, no need to get upset. Everyone has these problems when they first start out. If you can just get the hang of things, you'll gradually be able to handle them better.
That's right. I'm gonna be master using this as quick as I can and surpass even Joshua!
Yeah, whatever. When I first entered the Zysa Central Factory, I pretty much couldn't use one of these things either.
Even you couldn't use one, Freddy?
Yeah, but I can still become an engineer even if I can't use one. But since you're aiming to become a bracer, you'll have to learn how. Hey, I'm still setting up shop. Still in Joshua. You seem to be here rather early.
Morning, Mr. Melders.
Yeah, Estelle is wonderful. Morning, sir. We appreciate you fixing that orbit light the other day.
Speaking of orbit lights, isn't the one outside our house burned out? We should get that replaced ASAP. Mermaids share our daily life necessity, aren't they?
When I was a lad, there weren't any of these orbit thingies. Now we can get fire and light with even the mere flip of a switch, and even ships fly in the skies. I don't like it. Don't you kids think things are way too convenient these days?
Oh crap, there he goes again about the old days.
Yeah, well, if you'd just learned to shut your big trap. When I was young, I made things a reality through hard work and sweat. Sweat, I tell ya! It'd be nice if the young kids these days knew the meaning of the phrase hard work.
Probably right. I'm leaving.
Okay. That's Armand again. Oh, okay, I talked to you already, but I'm confused as to where we are because the camera keeps moving! But okay. There's the guild, we don't want to go there yet. We do want to talk to this dude. I'm just on my way over to the forest of Mistwald to the south of here for work. There was a merchant from Bose who came here to buy lumber. I need to get enough ready for the order I received. Scare away the pigeons. There's a thing. Septian Calendar 1075, erected in partnership with the liberal royal family Septian Church in Roland City. Septian Calendar 1192, destroyed during the 100 Days War when Roland was bombarded by the Erebonian Imperial Army. Wow, these are big words! I am a small zipper! Septian Calendar 1197, rebuilt with the cooperation of the citizens in Roland. Okay, cool. History. Children! Whoops. Okay.
Oh, there's a hotel or something.
Door?
Mr. Paddington!
Now I know that voice from somewhere. Whoa. Well, what have we got here? Cassius's naughty daughter and clever son, huh? Just when I thought you hadn't been around in a while, you show up all grown.
Are you here every day, Mr. Paddington?
This place has become somewhat of a new home for me. I intend to spend the remainder of my days guarding this clock. There's a ladder that goes up to the observation deck.
What's wrong, Estelle? Something on your mind? Nothing really. How about we climb up to the observation deck?
Sure, I guess. I got to use the ladder!
Eh?
Welcome to the Hotel Roland. Are you here to spend the night?
Fern, it's us, don't you remember?
I know. I was just joking, Estelle. I was practicing my greeting just now.
Oh, really? Did you ever notice that Vern teases people with a straight face while being courteous at the same time? It's probably because he can.
Bathtub? Wow, 3 whole rooms. Big hotel, huh? And that's gonna take me back out. I don't want that. There is a... Oh, the church!
Morning, ma'am.
Good morning. My, if it isn't Estelle and Joshua. Good morning. Where are you off to this morning? It must be tough waking up so early. It has been a while since I saw the both of you. I'm impressed to see you visiting the chapel so early in the morning.
Good morning, Father Divine.
Good morning. You were habitually late and played hooky more than a few times during your Sunday school days, Estelle. So, have you changed your attitude on life since you graduated?
A bit, I guess.
Looks like there's little time before morning mass begins. How about I give you both a special sermon?
No thanks.
I getting thrown into the mix here? Alright, that puts me back in a direction that makes sense to me. That must be up on the thing. Okay, and here's the guild again. So I think we've covered all of Relent, unless there's more up here. Well, there's some stuff here. That's the way out of town. The kids are running around. There's a cafe or something over here we haven't been to. Ebon Bar. Oh, and a child.
Morning, Claire. Morning, Estella, Joshua. Did the two of you really become bracers?
What? How do you know?
That's because working in the media is my future goal. I'm going to join the Liberal News Service and work hard as a reporter. Don't take my information lightly, either. Sure thing. My gut feeling says the two of you are going to be in the tabloids. Well, thanks. Isn't it romantic that you two lovers are bracers who stand for justice? I have this feeling that a juicy drama is about to unfold. Lovers? Joshua and I aren't lovers. We're friendly. You really don't understand anything, Estelle. Joshua's adopted and things could go either way in the future, right? Plus, leaving it at that would surely please the readers. Readers? Anyway, I'm looking forward to the both of you in more ways than one.
Yeah, so that's a thing. Joshua's adopted, and that is the endgame couple, so, just prepare for that. Like, it's not going away. To be fair, since you did miss the intro, Estelle is very aware that Joshua is adopted. Like, she was at least 10 by the time Joshua showed up, so... Unbelievable. My husband knocked over his bookshelves again. The room is now so dusty I can't go inside. Can I? Glory of the Kingdom. Compendium of Orbment Technology. Guide to the Roland region. The Septiate Church and the Bracer Guild. I wonder where that book I just bought the other day went. So I'm gonna have to put these books in order. Yeah, it's not like one of those weird things where it's like, oh, they grew up definitely being siblings. It's just that, her dad brought Joshua into the house and then he's been living with them like family ever since. But they're very aware they're not related. That boy. How could Luke have gone? He took out that a bite of breakfast. Alright, well, I still have to go into the bar over here.
Simon, listen to me and listen well. Right now is the time for us to purchase lumber and septium. Ignoring the potential risks, I'm going to buy as much as I can within the budget.
Yes, I've already made arrangements regarding the lumber. I'm looking into the septium right now.
Welcome!
Yeah, pretty much.
Oh, Estelle Joshua. It's been a while, hasn't it, Alyssa? Is there something going on today? Could it be that you're on a date together? Yeah, right. We're actually at our rated racer training now. Oh, is that all? Everyone from Sunday school seems to have decided on a career goal and is working hard to achieve it. As expected, you're a bit different than everyone else, though. What? Is there something wrong with that? No, not at all. I just thought it was very like you to pick the unusual route, that's all. Oh, that's right. Tio decided that she was going to help out at her parents' farm. She even said for all of us to go up and visit her sometime. So that's what Tio decided on, huh?
Don't know who that is, but that's okay. It probably won't matter. I need to hydrate. One moment. There's a lot of reading in this game. Yeah, person. I'm gonna hold off on buying that for now just because I worry about prices. Let's see, yesterday's sales totaled. Our breakfast service has been going really well. Sometimes my husband comes up with good ideas. Wow, harsh. Alright, that's the bar. Put back to a way that I can read it. There's Claire. I believe there's nothing of import back here. I've already been there. We've already been there, so let's actually hit up the Bracer Guild now. There you two are. Good morning, Estelle. Good morning, Joshua.
Morning, Ina.
Good morning.
Is Shara here already?
Yes, she's waiting for you upstairs. Once you finish today's training, you'll finally be recognized as members of the Bracer Guild. Good luck to the both of you.
Thanks!
We'll do our best. Dot dot dot. Star and the Hanged Man, the Hermit and the Magician. And last of all, inversion through the Wheel of Fortune. This is a difficult combination. How should I interpret this?
Morning, Shara!
Well, if it isn't Estelle and Joshua. This is a rare occasion for the both of you to show up so early.
Since it's my last day of training, I figured why not? I'm ready to get the show on the road and become a bracer myself.
I'll give you credit for your enthusiasm. But I'm gonna work you hard today in every way I can think of to make sure that high-spirited attitude of yours holds up. I hope you're ready.
I can feel that enthusiasm dropping already. Quiet, you. Every time I teach you something, you somehow manage to forget it. This training is my way of trying to keep some of that information in your head instead of letting it dribble out your ears like it usually does. What? Joshua! Shara's picking on me!
Don't worry, Shara. While Estelle may hate studying and rarely ever does her homework, Ex Rashly is overly naive and has a tendency to stick her nose in everything. Her instincts are sharp, so I'm sure she'll pick up how to use an orbit with some practice.
Eventually. Probably.
I guess there's not much I can do now except hope for the best.
Hold on a sec, Joshua. Somehow I get the feeling that you weren't standing up for me.
Well, that's odd. I'm positive I described all your best traits accurately.
Whatever. By the way, Shara, what were you trying to predict with your tarot cards? Your face was really intent.
Oh, this? I was just trying to get a vague reading about what may happen in the near future. Unfortunately, I don't seem to have been in the right mindset to interpret the cards correctly.
You couldn't read the cards?
That's surprising to hear. Actually, the more profound the meaning of the cards, the more difficult they become to interpret. That's not important now. I think it's time to start your final training. I'll give you a brief rundown of all the information we covered in your previous training. This is the minimal level of knowledge a bracer should have in order to function effectively. And Estelle, make sure you pay especially close attention to what I'm going to say.
Yeah.
Orbits are mechanical devices which operate by using what is known as orbal energy. A variety of effects can be produced depending on their structure and the type of quartz, or process septium, installed. Although it's only been about 50 years since their invention, these devices play an integral role in all facets of life, from lights, heaters, and other everyday products to weapons, magic, and even airships. In connection, this technological reform is commonly known as the Orbal Revolution. Bracers are investigative and combat specialists who protect civilians and maintain the stability of their respective regions. They aid the community in various ways, such as exterminating monsters, preventing crime, finding lost items, and escorting people and goods. The Bracer Guild, which has established branches across the continent, manages the affairs of the bracers in each region. The Kingdom of Liberal, in which we live, sits in the western half of the Zamorian continent, and abounds in nature and deep-rooted traditions. Liberal is proud to be one of the leading producers of septium in the continent, and is known for its high level of technology used to develop ordnance. Ordnance technology has also been a key pillar of support for Liberal in protecting its independence, and as it has contended with neighboring nations. Stop using such big words! 10 years ago, when Liberal was invaded by the Erebonian Empire, it was the use of orbital-powered airships that saved the kingdom from defeat. Consequently, even now, our relationship with the Empire is somewhat sensitive, but thanks to the Queen's political finesse, Liberal enjoys peace. Let's see, since we've got a mountain of stuff to do today, I'll let you off the hook this time with a condensed review. I'm gonna speed things up now and move on to the practical portion of your training.
Shara? How's today's practical training any different from the training we've done before?
Since it's practical, that means you will be experiencing things firsthand. Therefore, I'm going to have both of you run through everything as if this were a real bracer job.
So what you're saying is, there won't be any studying at a desk involved?
Yes, that's exactly what I'm saying. This time you'll have to go out and make a physical effort to accomplish your task. I'll make sure you have you work up a sweat, so I hope you're ready.
Yes, that's seriously just what the doctor ordered. I didn't know what I was gonna do if I had to sit another day with my tush parked in the desk. I guess I got all worried for nothing.
Well, suddenly you're all bright and cheerful, Estelle. Let's just hope that smile on your face lasts until the end of today's training. Okay, let's get cracking on your first objective, shall we?
Let's have at it.
Your first objective will be to confirm the details of the job you will be performing. But before that, there is something that we need to give the both of you. I know. Are they ready?
Yep, they are.
Alright, you two. Go get one for each of yourselves. These are very important, so make sure not to lose them. Receive Bracer Notebook! Bracer Notebooks serve as the official way to record the status of your current jobs. Also, anything you may hear or anything that you may find and where. Excuse me. These kinds of trivial things can often become clues. No matter how insignificant something may seem, always write it down. Understood.
Crap, this sounds like it's gonna be a pain.
Oh? Please tell me it was my ears playing tricks on me, because I swear I only got one response.
I'm sure there were two.
Keeping an accurate account of all events is an important duty for all bracers. So get with the program and stop trying to make this out to be more than it really is, Estelle.
Okay, I got it.
Make sure you do. Alright then, let's begin. Look over there by the door. You can see that there's a bulletin board standing there. First, I want you to go and check the job description posted there. That's where we get our quests. Neat. Quest! Ooh, it pays! This training will involve searching the sewers beneath Roland and bringing back the contents of a chest. See Charizard for details. Details of the job confirmed on the bulletin board and other important events will be automatically recorded in the Bracer Notebook. Neato! And we get it through the menu. Neat. Cool. Very good. It looks like you were able to see what was posted without any trouble. Checking the bulletin board is one of the most basic functions Bracer performs on their job. Checking regularly to see whether or not there are any urgent tasks need immediate attention is also an important duty for Bracers.
Man, all this talk about duty is starting to cramp my style.
Sure, there are a lot of rules to follow, but there's an equal level of responsibility in the jobs themselves. I think being a Bracer calls for much more than just someone with a half-hearted attitude.
I guess you're right. I'll just have to be more motivated.
Is that so? Had a change of heart, have you?
You betcha.
Before all that motivation sneaks off somewhere, let's get to work on your next task. What will you be doing this time? Be heading across the street to Mr. Mulder's Herbal Factory and learning how to use its services. He has graciously taken time out of his work schedule to explain things, so make sure to be on your best behavior.
Okay.
Here is where you will learn how to use an Herbal Factory's services. At an Herbal Factory, you can modify your orbments and synthesize support quartz in order to use Herbal arts. Arts have a wide range of effects, and if mastered, can be extremely helpful. The Bracer business is a pretty risky occupation, so the Guild has a long-standing relationship with these Herbal Factories. Anyway, that's about as much as I can explain. Leave the technical details to the expert. So, Mr. Melders, if you wouldn't mind taking over from here? I need a drink before I can do Old Man. No problem. Leave everything to me. So what is it that you would like to know about? Ornaments are mechanical devices which exhibit an array of effects through the installation of various types of quartz. By definition, that means that lights, airship engines, and so on are also types of ornaments. However, the ones that we will be discussing today are battle ornaments, which enhance the user's physical abilities and make it possible to use magic. Since each ornament is adjusted to match the owner's personal aptitude, the structures for these devices also differ for each owner. Simply put, the shape of the fixed elemental slots and lines which connect them vary. At any rate, it's a layman's explanation. In order to install quartz, you must first have an open slot. By default, the central slot is open, but other slots must be opened in an Herbal Factory like this. It'll take a fair amount of Sebeth, too. EP, which is needed for magic, will also see a max increase according to the number of open slots. I recommend opening them all as soon as possible. So what is it that you would like to know about? Simply put, Herbal arts are magic, which can be discharged exclusively through the use of Babble ornaments. Babble ornaments? God, how many things will I pronounce wrong this stream? That's a question for the ages. In other words, a number of peculiar effects can be produced by using the Herbal energy stored within these mechanical devices. Since orbital arts can be a mouthful, they are almost universally referred to as arts. Probably ought to have been called that from the get-go. There are several types of arts, but in order to be able to use them, the corresponding quartz must first be synthesized in an orbital factory. Orbments are also set up so that once a particular quartz is installed into a slot, the owner will be able to use those arts. The type of arts one can use also changes depending on the elemental value and the combination of installed quartz. Blah, blah, blah. Oh my god. Basically, if you want to use water arts, all you have to do is install quartz with a water elemental value. Yes, I get it. In reality, orbments are much more complex than what I've described, but I think this information should suffice for now. Quartz are circuits made from sepith. Quartz have a vast number of effects that raise the owner's abilities, while simultaneously making it possible for them to use them. They're magic rocks made from other magic rocks. However, you will not be able to harness any of these effects until quartz has been installed into a slot. They're magic rocks that you put into a slot in a thing. However, there are also fixed slots which can only a certain type of elemental quartz can be installed. This being the case, when you synthesize a new quartz, be sure to check your orbment and decide where you will be installing it ahead of time. Sepith are fragments of septium, which are dropped by monsters. They are divided into 7 types: earth, water, fire, wind, time, space, and mirage. Sepith can be exchanged for Mira almost anywhere, but at the orbital factory it can be used to synthesize quartz and open orbit slots in which to install the synthesized quartz. That's finally it. Basically, all of that is to say, we have like a pocket watch type thing that opens up. It has little holes in it, and by taking little tiny pieces of magic rock and smashing them together to make bigger magic rocks and then putting them in the holes, we can use magic. That was like 5 minutes of talking for that. Looks like Mr. Melders has answered all your questions. If there's nothing else, let's have you both try to use the services here. For that, you're gonna need some sepith. Sweet. For that amount, you two should be able to synthesize a few quartz. Now I want you to begin by first making an elemental quartz that will work with each of your particular orbits. In your case, Estelle, any elemental quartz is okay. But for you, Joshua, it has to be a time elemental quartz. Yeah, it's basically the materia system. I haven't played FF7, but I have heard, so I believe. Time is basically the darkness quartz, by the way. If you ever see somebody with time as their main, know that. Normally at a shop you'd be able to exchange sepith for Mira, but for this training you will not be able to use this service. Talk to dude. Oh, good work so far. If you need to use the orbital factory, give Hetty. Okay, talk to Freddy. I only have 20, so I don't think I'm gonna be able to... Alright, we do have to make an action because, of the time quartz. No, parents! No, we have the parents! Cassius! We need an action for Joshua. And for Estelle... Any of these will work, and I'm worried because we only have 2 of us, so I'm actually gonna pick defense. Which is weird for me, I know, but... Actually, that's the only slot I had, right? I can make all of them. I'm gonna do that. Alright, cool. I know I can't, but let's look at it and see what we got. Yeah, so... Yeah, we wouldn't have been able to do this because it cost, 30 to do. Time quartz! 1 parrot! Okay, and here's Joshua's, so he's got 2 that are time only, and everything else is open. And Estelle is open entirely. So that's neat. Cool, we're done. Alright, looks like you were able to synthesize one. We synthesized 5! Next, I want you to increase the arts you can use. Now install quartz into your orbment so you can use both recovery and attack arts. Okay, so that's the wrong thing. There we go, okay. Orbment. Now it's all quartz in yours. I guess I did that wrong. Let's try that again. Oh, that's the only one that can go into job. Nah, I don't like the system. Oh, here we are. Okay. Okay, they probably want HP 1. Alright, looks like you've got both recovery and attack arts set up. If you balance your arts out between each other like you've done here, it should make dealing with monsters much easier. Additionally, your bracer notebooks contain information about which quartz allow you to use which arts. If you'd like to use more if you would like to use more powerful arts, check out the arts and quartz charts in your bracer notebooks and find something that works for you. Alright, our training here is almost finished. Last of all, I'm going to have one of you open a new slot in your ordnance. The more slots you have available to you, the broader range of choices you'll have. Since each EP, which is consumed by using arts, can have its max value increased by opening up slots, it would be a good idea to open them all early on. Now, I want you to use a sepith and open a slot in each of your ordnance. Go ahead and decide which slots you're going to open. Alright. I hope that was correct. Oh! I guess that was all I needed to do? Was one of them? Okay, cool. Qualification test, neat!
Pardon? Did you just say test?
You can't honestly tell me that you forgot about the test again, can you?
Didn't I remind you just this morning? You mentioned it, I vaguely remembered some sort of talk along those lines at the breakfast table.
Sometimes I fear for the future of the Bracer Guild. And humanity. Well, no sense in worrying about that now. Let's head over to the testing area.
You mean, like, now? I don't know if I'm ready for...
A little less yapping and a little more walking.
Joshua, help me! Mr. Melders, Freddy, thank you for all your help.
Don't mention it, and good luck with that test of yours.
We'll be rooting for you. I'm gonna remember that you left me high and dry with this, Joshua!
All your training has finally come down to this. Your qualification test will begin here. I expect to see you both use what you've learned up to this point. Understood. What's wrong, Estelle?
Shara?
What now?
I was kind of wondering, but is there not gonna be a paper test or something?
Did Cassian drop you on your head as a child or something? You just read what it said in the bulletin board not that long ago, right?
Yeah, and
I even made you jot down what you read in your bracer notebook. Unless you forgot that, too. I'm pretty sure the job listing mentioned searching for and retrieving an item from the sewers. Ringing any bells yet?
What a relief! Idios, I give thanks to thee for thy infinite grace in bestowing upon us such wonderful gifts as sewers!
So what you're really saying is that you thought it was a paper test. No wonder you were acting all crazy back at the herbal factory.
I already feel the nostalgia. All those horrible days stuck in a classroom are starting to feel like grand memories indeed.
I'm really starting to wonder if we'll even be able to graduate at all.
What's wrong with you? Why do you have to go and say something like that when I'm trying to reminisce about positive things?
Alright, there's enough jabbering, you two. This is supposed to be a test, so how about both of you try and look at least a little anxious? Just so you know, though, if you do happen to flunk the test, you don't even want to imagine the kind of homework I have in store for both of you.
We'll be fine. Just tell us what you want us to do and let us loose.
Well, if you're so confident about how... if you're so confident, then how about proving that you're not just blowing hot air with the results of your test? Anyway, as you both saw on the bulletin board, this test will be a search conducted in rural and sewers. Your objective is to retrieve the contents of a chest, which has been placed somewhere within that area. The layout of the sewers is extremely simple, so you don't need to worry about getting lost either. However, there are real, living, breathing monsters down there, so if you get careless and let your guard down, you will be sorry. Also, let me give you this before I forget. Dear Bombs! Monster Guide!
What's this book for?
It's called a Monster Guide. It's used to record information about monsters and other opponents you meet. Whenever you figure out an enemy's attributes, it should... something I was holding down the button. Sounds pretty straightforward to me. He who controls the flow of information controls the tide of battle, right? That's exactly what I'm saying. You've really got to get that on your shoulders, Joshua.
That's some pretty useful advice. Thanks for the tip, Shara.
We'll put it to good use.
Alrighty then. Let's get pumped and knock out this test.
Let's. Don't forget, though, this is an exam. You should make sure we treat it as such. She is dumb as shit, and I love her. I'm gonna go save first. Level 3! Look at us go. Okay. Oh, I don't get a map. I need a burrito. There appears to be a recovery point set up over there. Let's use it if our HP and EP become low before engaging in any further battles. Ornament charging station! That's the Healy point. But I don't need it right now, because I haven't done anything!
Sounds like a plan to me.
Monster!
Monsters at 12 o'clock.
Be careful not to let them take advantage of your blind side.
Got it.
Monsters cannot be seen from far away, because this game doesn't have enough memory for that. We want to get them from behind if we can. We don't want them to let us get us from behind. Watch your butt! Alright, we're gonna have to move first because, the range in this game is pitiful. There, now I should be able to hit it next turn. Good job, Joshua. Oh, Cold Steel does too, but the range isn't nearly as sad. Oh, that mechanic, yeah. Cold Steel has that too. I'm used to it, so... Alright, Joshua's a little bit faster.
Alright, we're good to go.
They have voices, but only in battle. Oh god, who does his voice? I've completely forgotten. He's really popular in dub, but, Oh, I think he's Johnny Young Bosch. I think that's him. Okay. And Estelle is Stephanie Shea, who, does Sailor Moon, which is the reason why I'm going really high for her. Juicy bones! Delicious! Okay. Bats?
Here comes some more.
Depending on the enemy, some physical attacks may be ineffective. These arts, not physical attacks.
Okay.
Yum yum soup sock! The thing is that, like, Estelle has really sad amounts of EP.
We're good to go.
Onion! The bats had onions! Okay, this is special attacks, basically. Hi, Letty! So, quick recap of what you've missed so far. So, way back in the past, when Estelle, the girl with the pigtails here, was 10, her dad, who is a bracer is basically like... They're an odd jobs person, more or less. They beat up monsters, they, like, solve crimes, whatever you need them to do, they'll do it. That's what Estelle's dad is, and he brought home this little boy, Joshua, and they're about the same age. And they've been living together ever since, and now they're both in training to become bracers, and that's where we are now during our training test. Estelle is an idiot, and she's great. Okay. Doesn't look like... Oh, that's her S-Craft. Okay. So, for some reason, Estelle has a buff.
Come on.
Yes, Estelle's great. And Joshua, the defense of wet cat food. There we go.
That's that then. Let's move out.
Yeah, the reason I mentioned the whole thing about Estelle's dad bringing Joshua home is that, like, Estelle and Joshua are going to be the end game ship here. There's no way around that, and they do mention that, like, oh, he's your adopted brother or whatever, but, like, there was no point at which Estelle didn't know he was adopted. Oh, yeah, they do have back breath. Sorry, I was busy explaining the plot. I'm gonna run back and heal because I don't trust the prologue with shit. I've heard this gets easier once, you have more party members. Unfortunately, we have these two, so...
Oh, what a surprise. Another creepy thing.
I wish there was an easier way to take care of them. One blow using an S-Craft or S-Break should do the trick for just about any enemy. Catch as our CP has to be at least 100 to pull off one of those moves. Yes, we have Himbo but a girl, the classic anime Broody Boy. But also, he can play the harmonica! I'm actually gonna move Estelle, I think. Just to get her up into hit range. Because Joshua can hit anything. So... Oh, am I supposed to do a thing?
Let's do this!
No, it's wet cat food once you open it. Which, as we know, has Jackal.
Here I come.
All right, we're good to go.
And we turn back around and we go heal. Taking like a quarter of your health in one hit is not great. I like to think that he only has 1 point less of defense than Estelle, so why does he die so easy? Is there anything up here? I didn't check. Doors west and appears to be locked. Okay, neat. Nothing. Alright, turn around. Walk this way.
So that's the treasure chest we're after, huh? If we made it this far, the rest is gonna be a piece of cake.
Seems like we've got a little breathing room at least. Oh yes, her S-Craft is just jab the monster a bunch until it falls over. It is literally called Pummel. I don't know what you're expecting. Pay close attention to our battle order this time. There should be a number of ways to get more mileage out of our actions. Turn bonuses. I don't care. Estelle using arts is not useful to anyone at all, so we're just gonna hit things until they die. Just so we can start clearing things out. And get Joshua moving. Oh no, the bats! They coming! And the rats! At least the kingdom, right? Like, alright, we're supposed to, oh no, they're supposed to use arts on the rats, the bats, so I'm gonna do that. Get beat up a bunch. At least they hit the one who can take it. Actually, you know what? Okay, that's wild, Letty.
Good to go.
Bones and onions, yas.
2 small boxes. Huh. That's weird. There's a couple of boxes inside the treasure chest. Actually, there's not just one, but 2. It's kind of interesting, too. Wonder what's inside.
Remember, Estelle, our mission is to search and retrieve only. I'm pretty sure looking inside those boxes doesn't fall under our mission objective.
You're no fun at all, Joshua. This has nothing to do with our mission. It's what I like to call good, honest curiosity. You know, we're the only ones down here. We can get away with a teensy-weensy peek, right?
If you feel like flunking today's test, then by all means be my guest.
Did you just say the F word?
Yep. Opening one of those boxes could result in an automatic fail for the both of us. If this were a real job, the contents of those boxes would belong to the client. And as long as they're nothing illegal, we'd have no right to open them.
I know you're right, Joshua, but I just can't...
If you absolutely have to know what's inside, why not ask Miss Sharon when we get back? But for now, we need to focus on getting out of here.
Alright, alright.
And is there nothing of interest down here? No, okay. One more heal. Ladder! Good work, you two. As a rule of training, I'm going to need to confirm the items in your possession. Yep, they're the real deal, alright. I don't see any evidence of tampering either.
It's a close one.
I figured she would try and set us up like that. Congratulations to the both of you. You successfully passed your qualification test.
You didn't really think something that simple would be a problem for us, did you? So, Shara, what's in the boxes? What's in those boxes you had us get?
That's for me to know and you to find out, after your training's finished. It's enough chit-chat for now, so let's get back to work. You two still have some things left to do.
Seriously? But didn't you just say that we passed the test?
Still have to learn about how to report the results of your work. I'm aware that you're both tired, but there's no time to shirk your duties. Let's get back to the guild. When is this day gonna be over? Oh well, no sense in giving up when the finish line is in sight. Agreed. Seems like we're well within the reaching distance of our goal. Your final training is how to report to the guild. Whenever you finish a job, it's your duty to report the results of all your work to the guild. Reporting on how you resolved the situation and the steps you took to get there are all part of your job as a racer. You can report your results to the front desk in each guild branch. And as you already know by now, Aina is in charge here at the Roulette branch. In addition, this is where you will be paid for your work. I look forward to seeing great things from the both of you. Now that we're here, why don't you both go ahead and report the results of today's training? Blah, blah, blah. Let me report. Sweet! Got paid! Good job, you two. Seems like you were able to complete your objective without running into any major problems. Another thing to take note of is that depending on how you handle a job, you may see an increase or decrease in the amount of pay you receive. When you report the results of your work to the guild, pay in the form of Mira isn't the only thing you'll receive. You'll also accumulate points, which are known as BP or Bracer points. BP is an indication of your achievements as a Bracer. When these points exceed a certain value, you will advance the rank as a Bracer and be awarded with an additional piece of special equipment by the guild. The ranks of a junior Bracer start at 9 and go all the way up to 1. Please set your sights on making first rank and work hard. The amount of Mira and BP you receive will also be recorded in your Bracer notebook, so please have a look sometime later on. All that's left to do now is finalize your training. Let's head back upstairs, shall we? I'll talk to you later, Anna, and sorry about putting more work on your plate today than usual. Don't worry about it. Training new Bracers is important for the future of the guild. I fully intend to work these two to the bone in any case. To the bone? And knowing Shara, it'll involve the whip. Let me say it again. Good work, you two. You've now officially completed the entire training course. From now on, you'll be learning from your own real-world expertise. Well then. Sherazard, we'll take 2 small boxes. Those boxes the ones? In answer to your questions, yes, these are the boxes you retrieved during today's test. You seem awfully curious to find out what's inside, Estelle. Are you saying it's okay if we open them? That's right. Why don't the both of you have a look and see what's inside? Sweet! Alright, let's have a look. Estelle and Joshua, open the boxes. Receive Junior Bracer emblem. This crest is... So does that mean we're... Estelle Bright, Joshua Bright, beginning this day at 1500 hours, you are both hereby appointed as Junior Bracers within the Bracer Guild. From here on, you will work as members of the Bracer Guild to support the livelihood of those around you, defend peace, and uphold justice. Congratulations, you two, and welcome into the fold. Did you hear that, Joshua? We become members of the Bracer Guild! So I'm a Bracer now, huh? I think the realization is only now just beginning to sink in. Come on, Joshua! You should be jumping for joy! You're running around and screaming at the top of your lungs like this! Look at us! I was happy until you made my eardrums bleed. I hate to interrupt the celebrations, Estelle, but I need to take off now. I have some backed-up work that needs my immediate attention. We understand. You've been spending a lot of extra hours working with us during this busy time for the guild. Before you head out, Shara, I just wanted to say thanks. Likewise. I appreciate all the trouble you've gone through for us, Shara. Don't mention it. Training new recruits is one of Bracer's many duties. Believe it or not, I was once in your shoes a long time ago when your father Cassius trained me. So that's why you have so much respect for my dad, huh? There's actually much more to it than that, but I'll save that conversation for another day. As for the both of you, work hard to become full-fledged Bracers early on, so you can help guide those new recruits who come after yourselves. And in time, I hope to see you both become respectable Bracers like your father. Anyway, I'll leave you with that thought. I just don't get it. Get what? This is Sarah's art, aka the Silver Streak, one of the most skilled young Bracers we're talking about. So why is it that she holds Dad in such high esteem? He just seems like nothing more than a no-good middle-aged man who's always out doing who knows what instead of being a father. No good middle-aged man, huh? From your viewpoint, it doesn't come as a surprise that you would see him in that fashion. Huh? Never mind. Let's hurry and head home. Should let Dad know that we qualified as Junior Bracers. Right! Ooh, I can walk around. there's some things we gotta do before we head out of town.
Hurry up and come on! Wait for me, Luke! Huh? Oh, it's you two. Oh, great, it's Estelle. Hi there, Joshua! Okay, you little twerp, what's with the "oh great, it's Estelle" remark? What's the big hurry? How about telling us where you're headed? You're not thinking about wandering out of town alone, are you? The roads are full of monsters, I hope you know. You're such a pest, Estelle. Don't you know there's no room for girls to be sticking their big fat noses in boys' business? Quit acting like you're a bracer, you wannabe. Tisk. How wrong you are, Luke. How incredibly wrong. You're more wrong than a fool who thinks there's better tasting milk in the burl than the milk that comes from the Pearsall farm. What? No way! You're full of it, Estelle. In fact, as of just a few minutes ago, we qualified to become real bracers. Are you hearing what I'm saying? Real bracers. More like braces and training. I really don't think you should be getting on your high horse just yet, Estelle. Now, high pony, on the other hand. Quit being a killjoy. Wow, you two are great. I'm so happy for the both of you. Oh, Pat, you're such a good little boy. Unlike that smart aleck and cynical brat you call a friend. This isn't fair. I was supposed to become a bracer first. I can accept that Joshua became a bracer before me, but getting past by the likes of Estelle. What's with the likes of Estelle supposed to mean? Just so you know, you can't even be a bracer until you're 16 years old. Get it? Only mature people are allowed. And that means no little kids who are still going to Sunday school. I don't know how I should put this, Estelle, but Sunday school is dying to have you back. You better watch out, Estelle. I'm gonna go train at my secret base, and before you know it, I'm gonna be a bracer too. Come on, Pat, let's go. Alright, coming. See you later, Estelle. Bye, Joshua. That boy, Luke, he's always trying to pick a fight with me. I wonder if he just plain hates me or something.
Rather, I think it's the exact opposite.
What do you mean by that?
Don't worry about it. It's just a boy thing. At any rate, what do you think Luke meant when he said secret base? I don't know why, but somehow it makes me a bit curious.
I know exactly what you mean. A secret base sounds really intriguing. The pure heart of a young child can be so inspiring at times.
That's not really what I meant by curious. General goods! Hey there, Estelle and Joshua. How can I help you? Did you manage to become bracers?
You bet we did! Maybe I should have you start calling me Hyper Bracer Estelle from now on.
By the way, Mr. Renan, did the liberal news come in? Yeah, it came in a little afternoon.
Don't push me off like that, you two! Oh, whatever. Take one copy, then.
Cost 100 mirror, please.
I know my dad always buys a copy of this magazine, but does it really sell that well?
It sure does. The liberal news is an excellent reporter, and a camera woman have done a great job reporting the latest and most reliable news. They're even supposed to have a running story related to Queen Alicia's birthday celebration. One more thing before you go. This gift is my way of saying congratulations. It's a free sample item I received my shipment of goods, but don't hold the free part against me. Recipe book! I need a drink.
What's this supposed to be for? There's a ton of blank pages.
It's a recipe book, isn't it? You got it. When you get hurt fighting, if you just limit yourself to healing bombs all the time, it's gonna cut pretty deep into your wallets. That's where a recipe book comes into play. If you eat food to recover your strength instead, it's basically free. Assuming you have all the ingredients anyway. So if you eat something new, write down what's in it. You'll have lots of recipes in no time. So how about we try this out? Go ahead and eat this cookie, Estelle.
Well, I have made it a personal rule to never turn down sweets.
Basically, all you have to do is eat the food and learn the recipe. Simple as that. As you're traveling about, you should eat whatever food you come across so you haven't had an opportunity to try before. Well, that sounds pretty convenient.
It's not that I don't like cooking at all, it's just that I never seem to get any better. I'd sure love to be able to increase my repertoire and really shock my dad's taste buds for once in my life.
That's the spirit. And in passing, if you're in need of any ingredients, I'd be delighted to service your cooking needs.
You really know how to solicit your customers, Mr. Renan.
Thank you for the recipe book. We'll put it to good use. Okay. Finish. need to go to the bar. Because there's stuff here. More people just talking about Estelle behind her back. I was actually looking for this guy. I want to eat your food. Pasta! Okay. Head upstairs and talk to dude, because there's the thing. Oh, house next door. Okay. I'm not reading all the NPC stuff here just because I'm literally just here looking for items. Yes, they all have new things to say. No, I don't care enough. I've decided I don't. I'm sorry. Rhett is the one I'm looking for here. As the airliners in recent days, even Roulette has been able to get a good selection of books. Thanks to that, I find myself compelled to buy a new one each time I head to the store. I get yelled at by my wife for getting so many. Maybe I should cut back a bit. I only got the first chapter of this novel, so if you want, I'll give it to you. Sweet book. Alright, that is it for the town right now, according to the walkthrough that I'm using. So, let's head home. Clearly, nothing could have gone wrong. Oh, this is the mayor's residence. I didn't know this was here, and I'm not dealing with it right now. Okay. There we are. Alright. Still, Joshua! I'm glad I found you two.
Oh, hi, Ina.
Is something wrong? You seem to be in quite a hurry. We've got a bit of a problem. Is your father at home today?
Yes, he is. He said something about having to sort out a bunch of documents. But what's going on?
You know Luke and Pat, right?
Sure we do. In fact, we saw them not that long ago.
What's wrong? Are they in some sort of trouble? I don't know how to say this, but I just heard from Uni that Luke and Pat ran off to the tower that lies on the northern outskirts of Roland.
You mean the Tower of Ismailis? Isn't that place supposed to be a breeding ground for monsters?
That's what they say. Unfortunately, at the moment, Sherazard is out on an bracer business, so I want to ask your father to bring the boys home safely.
What are you talking about? There's no time for that. Joshua and I will go after them and bring them back.
I don't know if that's such a good idea. Two of you only just qualified to be junior bracers today. With all due respect, I believe that Justel's judgment is correct in this situation. If the two of us hurry, we may even be able to catch up with the boys before they reach the tower. I understand. I will take responsibility for whatever happens. As an emergency request in the Bracer Guild, I ask that you lose no time in bringing about the safe return of those children.
Roger that!
Understood. The Ismailis Tower can be reached by taking the western path of the junction around the Malga Trail. You can get on the Malga Trail through Roland's Northwest Gate. I'll be on standby at the guild, so if you run into any trouble, you know where to find me.
This is our first real job. Come on, Joshua! We don't have any time to lose!
I'm right behind you. Alright. Actually, before we do that... With 800 Mira, I should save for Mother. You did sort of call it, yes. I just wasn't going to spoil the surprise. Am I allowed to go, like, into the ornament shop? Because I want more stuff. No, I don't have enough Sepith. Alright, well, I can get quartz at least. Although, Estelle actually already has one open.
Right now, I'm not really missing anything.
What do I have open? Is a question. I have a defense. I already have a defense. I already have most of these. Alright, hit I can get. Do I really want to waste it though? I don't think so. Hello, do you have armor? Yes. Okay, cool. Oh god, I only have 800 Mira. I can buy 2 of those. Boots! Boots! And actually, before I go on too much more... Just to save after we got the items. And then... The thing always points north, so we have to go up the northwest gate. To the Malga Trail. I barely even saw that. Flying feline, okay.
Piece of cake.
Yeah, no, he's got short hair. He's got emo hair. Alright, I forgot that I have an orbment slot on Estelle. And I am going to use that for some defense, because girl needs it! Alright. It's better for him to just use. It's kind of emo, though. Like, I think it's supposed to have the emo vibe going on, is what I'm saying. Estelle has more pink for that, so... I'm gonna use that. Like, there is no universe in which Estelle should be my caster, but here we are. Nice. I feel like I should turn around and rest.
That's that then. Let's move out.
Ooh, herbs. Actually. How do I do that? Ooh, recipes. Neat. I don't have anything I need to use that, so... I believe this. Estelle would just come after somebody with scissors and probably screaming, like... I feel like the hotel would be a place where one would rest. Yeah! I have to spend Mira for this? Whatever, I need it. It's worth it. No, neato. Ooh, critical. It's usually trails of being broke for a while. And actually, it looks like I'm gonna hit both of them and kill them before they can hit me, which is nice.
Piece of cake.
That thing won't chase me, so... Don't really want to waste my S-craft now is the thing. Wow, that was bad for a critical hit. Yeah, we love an HP heal. See? Wet cat food. Nice! This Snooki is back! It's working in my favor. Oh, fuck. I was gonna say it was working in my favor, but I lied! I'll need hit corpses soon. But Sepith.
Alright, we're good to go.
Yum yum beast flesh! Alright, we're still okay on HP. That thing isn't gonna chase me, so I'm not gonna go for it. I need to survive through the forest. Oh crap, I'm supposed to go to the left. Wait, no? Oh, there's a chest. Reviving balm. That sounds fun. Alright. Got him from behind. Love that for us. It still doesn't have any good crafts yet.
Piece of cake.
Enjoy those foods. Wow! I saw these! Wow, okay, it missed. Awesome. Kitty kick, though. It's so cute. I wish it wasn't so deadly.
good to go.
Level up! Yas! Okay, that looks like that was the way we were supposed to go. Which is neat and all, but I want to explore the map. Chest! Bomb! Nice. Alright, I actually do need to... Oh, oh, because we just leveled up. We're okay. Haha. Nice. Alright. Tower! I'm getting Chrono Cross vibes from this tower.
Looks like we've come all the way to the Ismailus Tower. I didn't see any sign of them along the trail, so do you think they've wandered inside?
It's quite likely that's the case. Let's go in. Looks like we'll need to hurry.
Right.
Darn John!
It's dark in here. I'm scared. Quit being a baby! We're on the first floor of this place. Did you hear that? They really did come in here.
Estelle, are you alright?
Luke! If you can hear me, answer me now! These little brats! Are they pretending they can't hear me?
They might have climbed up to the second floor. Let's hurry and see if we can find them. I don't get a map because it's a dungeon. Alright. Alright. Well. Up these.
What are we gonna do? Somebody help!
We have a choice. Okay, it looks like we rush in simultaneously.
Let's go, Joshua!
Right, I've got your back. That's definitely a call out to East. They're by the same company.
You monsters go somewhere else! No! Shoo! Shoo! Leave us alone! Chew on this!
Estelle, what are you doing here?
Joshua, you're here too! Get back, you two! These monsters aren't playing around!
We'll take care of them. This is when we pull out the S-Craft.
Here I come.
Alright, we're good to go.
The murder kitties have been murdered. Beast flesh!
It looks like that's that!
Yeah, I'm glad everyone's safe, too. By the way, that was great timing the way you blitzed those monsters, Estelle.
You really think so? Is it safe now? Oh man, that was awesome! You really showed them, Estelle!
Not bad for a girl!
Well, it's worked! Oh, that hurts! What are you trying to do to me? What's wrong with you? You even dragged poor Pat all the way up here against his will! It's time to think about what you did today! You're hurting me! Stop it! Stop it, you violent she-devil! So this is the thanks I get for saving your neck, huh? Looks like it's time to give you some of my special discipline. Alright, Estelle, I'm sorry! Everything was my fault! Estelle? Shouldn't we forgive each other like they teach us at school?
This brat doesn't deserve forgiveness, but a little discipline should do the trick. Oh no, what's coming at us? Estelle, behind you!
It's something with teeth, isn't it? Nice monster?
I'm not gonna make it in time.
Huh?
Dad, you came! You still lack skill and understanding, Estelle. You must always prepare for unseen danger by sharpening your senses. It's part of what it means to be a bracer.
Dad? What are you doing here?
I just happened to be in town and heard the whole story from Ina. I'll give you points for your quick thinking and taking action to come after the children. But you failed to follow through completely.
Oh, I really messed up, didn't I?
It's a good thing you showed up when you did. I'm sorry. I should have been watching your back. That just means you have room for improvement. Constantly working to overcome your weak spots is the key. Understood. So how about we head home, everyone? Can you boys walk?
I think so. That was incredible, Mr. Bright. You were like a gazillion times more awesome than Estelle.
Of course I was. I'm her father. All right, everyone. Let's file on out of here.
I'm with you, Mr. Bright. Who's the glory hog now? I mean, I guess I should be thankful that Dad saved my behind. But why did you have to go take all the credit like that? Really chaps my hide!
That's just the way he is. After all, he's Cassius Bright.
Seems like you've had quite a day. That is just unbelievable. The second we get back to Roland, he says, I'll leave the reporting to you, and takes off for home. Sheer nerve, I tell you.
There's no need to make a mountain out of a molehill over it. At least the boys came back safe and sound. Anyway, I think that's all there is to report. Got paid! You did well for your first assignment. In the details of your report alone, I believe I can commend you both for a job well done. You should be proud of yourselves.
You really think so?
I know so. In fact, you'll do even better on your next job. If anything else comes up, I would appreciate your help again.
Sure.
How about we head home, too?
I guess I'd better. Still got dinner to prepare.
Would you mind holding on a second? A letter arrived for your father just a little while ago. Unfortunately, since he went straight home, I never got the chance to give it to him. Do you think you could deliver it instead?
Wonder if it's more work-related stuff.
I imagine so. The letter appears to be from one of our foreign branches. One of the guild's foreign branches? As I'm sure you already know by now, Liberl isn't the only country where the Bracer Guild exists. On top of that, your father is widely known all across the Zemurian continent, so we can expect these kinds of letters from time to time. If you two would be so kind as to make sure he gets this letter, I would really appreciate it. I'm sure today was tough for your first day as Bracers, but you had a fine showing. I'll see you two tomorrow. This letter addressed to your father is important, so don't forget to give it to him. I'm not gonna bother talking to everybody else again. I think we have to go home from here. And I need to blow my nose quick.
Hey, Joshua.
Hmm?
Do you think I'm really cut out to be a bracer?
Well, you seem to have inherited your father's skill with the staff. And your nosy personality doesn't let you ignore someone in distress.
Really? You think so?
Sure. But why are you asking? Are you still thinking about what happened back at the tower?
Yeah. Because of my carelessness, Luke almost got caught in the middle of a dangerous situation. If Dad hadn't come when he did, he could have been seriously injured. I guess I'm just worried about whether or not I'll be able to stay on top of things in the future.
That kind of talk doesn't sound like the Estelle I know.
Huh?
If we fail today, then all that's left to do is to take back our losses tomorrow, right? Overthinking and worrying about things that haven't happened yet is definitely not like you. Isn't being a bracer what we've always dreamed of? How can you expect to succeed if you let something like what happened today discourage you?
Joshua. You're right. This isn't like me at all.
I don't think a serious expression really suits your face either. You laughing like a big ditz is far more natural for you.
Hey, what's that supposed to mean? You should see my angry expression if you keep that up.
Okay, I admit that last comment was pushing things a bit.
I'll overlook it this time. And thanks for cheering me up. I don't know about you, but I'm so ready to go home and eat. My stomach just started growling like a bear.
Maybe glutton is closer to the mark than ditz. Oh, I guess I went the wrong way. Yeah, I don't know what happened to Estelle's mom. She may be dead. Dad-mom syndrome common. You know how it be.
We're home, Dad! We finished reporting to the guild like you told us to.
Good work, kids. Details of your report will be reviewed in each branch and will affect your pay and rank advancement in the future. Please make sure that you always remember to do it.
Don't worry, we will. And before I forget, I got that copy of the liberal news you wanted. There was this letter for you at the guild, too.
A letter, huh?
Well, I'm gonna get cleaned up and start dinner. Oh, and Dad? Thanks for coming when you did today. You really helped me out back there.
I see you're being rather gracious today. Papa is happy! How delighted that my daughter has finally understood what a great man her father truly is! There's no need to hold back, Estelle. Come and jump into your father's loving arms!
In your dreams! I swear, the men at this house have one thing in common. They never know when to shut up.
I guess she's not as depressed as I had thought she'd be. Should I be thanking you, Joshua? I didn't do much. I just gave her a push in the right direction. Estelle's a resilient girl to begin with. Yes, she is, but she still has a long way to go. She'll run into more than just a few stumbling blocks in this line of work. And overcoming those obstacles is what will teach her to stand on her own 2 feet. There's that soft side of yours talking again.
Oh no! Are eggs supposed to explode like that? I guess I shouldn't have gone in expecting to make a perfect meal in a single try. No, wait. Cooking is supposed to be about passion. Exploding eggs are passionate, right? Now, once more!
That daughter of mine can sometimes be a little too passionate. I think I'll go help with dinner. We don't want the curtains to catch fire again. But at this rate, there's no telling when we can expect to have a bite of food ready on the dinner table. Alright then, let's see what this letter is all about, shall we? A message from the Erebonian Empire. What? Wow, this is a surprise.
This new dish is what I call Estelle's explosion over rice. Be sure to savor every last morsel.
Well, your cooking this evening is excellent. My compliments to the chef.
This is raw talent at its best. Today certainly has been a busy, but great day nonetheless. We qualified as junior bracers, had our first real assignment, and I didn't even lose my eyebrows making dinner this time.
Not to mention the food being delicious. For a first attempt, this dish is actually quite edible. At first I thought I might have to pitch it out the window when you weren't looking, but it seems that technique won't be necessary tonight.
Sometimes you're just so despicably rude, Dad. Don't you know how to be humble and just say something tastes nice?
Alright then, how about this? Boy, I never thought I'd be able to eat something wonderful like this before I had to leave on business. Made a splendid meal, Estelle.
Thanks, Dad. Wait, business?
Are you really leaving again? Yes. Something unexpected came up. This time I'm going to be away for a while.
Hold on a minute. You're leaving when?
Tomorrow morning.
What? I don't care what kind of job you're doing. That's just too soon.
It's about that letter, isn't it? Was there some sort of incident? Oh, it's nothing like that. Just a simple investigation. I've visited a number of places, so it should take me about a solid month before I'm through. Being the case, please take good care of the house while I'm away.
What do you mean
explain that being the case? You always use some vague excuse like that and then take off for who knows how long. We have to accept it, Estelle. The Bracer's job is to help those who come to us for help.
I know. But what are you gonna do about all your jobs here at the Roland branch? You've already accepted a few of them, haven't you?
Oh, only about 5 or 6. So I was thinking, and how about the both of you handle them for me instead?
What? Are you really asking us to do the work that you're supposed to be doing?
That I am. I'll have you do the ones which I think you can accomplish. And I'll ask Sherazard to handle the difficult ones. So, what do you say? I don't think there's... Yeah, there's no points for this choice, I don't believe. So, I guess chat. Which one shall we pick while I take a drink? The music is really good in Falcom games. Yes, quests. I guess we go with sure then.
Sure, of course we will. You're okay doing these too, right, Joshua?
Yeah, no problem. Looks like a good way to get some experience as a bracer. Then it's settled. Stop by the guild and let Ina know about the change of plan before I leave.
Alright. I'm starting to feel more determined than ever. We'll have to bust our tails to these jobs so we don't tarnish your name while we're gone.
Oh, Estelle, my beloved daughter. Papa is so proud. Oh, my dear Lena, who art in heaven, can you see your daughter now? Our little Estelle has grown up to be such a young, lovely young woman.
Face it, Dad, you're getting old. If people lose their trust in you at this age, you might as well just throw in the towel forever. I'm only helping you out because I'm your daughter and I have a duty to pay you back for the last 16 years.
I'm only 45, and what's more, I'm likely the most active member of the entire guild. Not bad for a pair of comedians. By the way, Dad, which flight will you be on tomorrow? The one headed for Grancel or the one headed for Bose? I'll be on the one headed for Grancel. My flight departs at 10 o'clock in the morning.
That means I'll have to get up a little earlier tomorrow. I better set my alarm clock just in case.
Wine, Dad! Dad. You still awake, Joshua? You'd better hold off on the liquor or Estelle will get mad again. This is just my way of lifting my spirits before I travel. How about yourself? Would you like to join me for a drink? I'll pass. Actually, what I should be saying here is don't offer alcohol to minors. I'm not like Cheryl, who would jump at any chance to enjoy a drink or 10. It's because she holds her liquor much better than I do. There's something really serious happening, isn't there? There's no conclusive evidence, but there appears to be some sort of movement within the Empire. The Erebonian Empire? That sounds pretty suspicious. The movement doesn't appear to be overt, but that's what has me worried. I intend to do a little probing at the Erebonian Embassy to see what turns up. Understood. I'll make sure to look after Estelle while you're gone. Don't you spoil that girl, you hear me? Now that she's become a bracer, she needs to learn to look after herself. Estelle will be fine. She's got good instincts, and despite being a bit rough around the edges, she has talent with the staff as well. There's no doubt in my mind that she'll be a first-class bracer someday. Yet at present, she is like a babe in arms who knows nothing about the realities of the world around her. At some point in time, she'll have to choose which path to follow in life. And Joshua, the same can be said for you, too. It's already been 5 years since you became part of this family, hasn't it? Okay, so Estelle was 11 when he showed up. How time does fly. Yes. It sure does seem that way. But what you said back then, are you sure you won't reconsider taking those words back? For me, keeping my word is what defines who I am. If I can't do something as simple as that, I don't know how I could live with myself. I know this may sound stubborn, but I can't take back what I said. I'm sorry. There's no need to apologize. But I'd like you to remember this. No matter what path you choose in life, you can't erase these last 5 years. Estelle and I will always be your family, no matter what may befall you. Thanks, Dad. We beat the prologue! That's the furthest I've ever gotten in this game, because I died doing the, quest to save the kids. Woo, alright! Airship! Well, it looks like it's time for me to board my flight. Stealth, don't do anything I wouldn't do myself, and try not to be a handful for Joshua either.
For the umpteenth time, I heard you already. How about you try not to go overboard yourself with your own work? You're not getting any younger, you know?
Say what you will, but I'm not about to be overtaken by any youngsters. Charizard, I'm really sorry about placing all this work on your shoulders at the last minute. Please, don't be. I am slightly concerned, however, about whether or not I can do a decent job in your place. There's no need to be humble, Silverstreak. And I don't mean to make your life any more difficult, but please, keep an eye on these two. You just leave that to me. Is tightening up the reins and not spoiling these two fine with you? Is tightening up the reins and not spoiling these two fine with you? You definitely understand the way I think.
What's this all about?
Looks to me like a mutual understanding between master and pupil.
The Grantsville-bound airliner, Linda, will be departing shortly. All passengers, please board the airship now.
Uh-oh, I'd better take my seat.
Have a great trip, Dad. Take care of everything here while you're gone.
This seems more Estelle.
I'm not sure where you'll be going, but don't forget to bring me back a souvenir. A little fancy something would be nice.
Hey now, this trip is for business, not pleasure. If I have any money left over, I'll certainly think about it, though. Alright, you two, be good. Something, I held down the S button. I don't really think it's spoilers. Dad is not doomed. Dad is very much still alive 6 games from now, so, Dad'll be fine. He's gone. Again.
Yeah.
Come on, you two. There's no need to look so down. Your father will be back in no time. I don't know what investigations he's been asked to do this time, but when it comes to your father, he'll have it done before you know it.
I'm sad that he's gone. He's always been away more than he's been at home.
Alright, if you say so. Anyway, I'm gonna get to work on those jobs your father left for me. But if you run into any trouble, give me a holler.
Will do, but first I'd like to try and finish a few jobs with Joshua. I want to see what we're capable of doing as junior bracers.
Alright, if you insist. I imagine with Joshua tagging along, there's probably not much to be worried about. Good luck, you two.
Thanks!
Do our best. Sorry, I'm just trying to... I don't know what he's doing. So what do you want to do now, Estelle? Shall we go stop by the guild?
Yeah, we should probably talk to Ina and find out what jobs are waiting for us. Let's go!
Alright, let's go talk to Orangey and see what's up. This job here is done. Wind shear is calm today. Perfect chair for air travel, if you ask me. Alright, cool. Neat-o. Don't bring combustibles onto the airship. Got it, neat. Alright, out. Kids back to playing as usual. Aw, he's imitating Cassius. That's cute. I should have money in Sepith now, so before I go to the guild, at least have some? Not enough. I have a little more money, though. That's nice. Oh, I already have Cornelia Chapter 1, don't I? Oh, that's selling. I don't know. I wanted to buy. I'm like, okay. I know I need at least one. Yeah. Oof. Cash is hard to come by. But we did need it. So let's put that on Estelle, who is now the one who has the defense of wet cat food. To hopefully make her slightly less cat foody. Alright. I should save for Mother. Alright. And let's head over to Guild. Talk to Ina. Oh, good morning, Estelle and Joshua. Has your father already left?
Yep, just barely. That's why we came here to find out about the jobs you left for us.
Sure. There are a total of 3 jobs I have lined up for you. For the first one, I'd like you to head out to the farm west of here.
The farm west of here? Isn't that where Tio lives?
Tio? I seem to have heard that name somewhere before. Tio Purzel. She was one of our classmates at Sunday school. She's also the Purzel farm owner's daughter.
Oh, really?
It's actually the Purzel farm that put in a request to have someone exterminate some monsters.
Are they really having problems like that?
Fortunately, nobody has been hurt, but the owner and his family are upset over their fields being destroyed by the creatures. Therefore, the guild received... The guild?
The what? So...
Therefore, the guild received an extermination request.
Never would have expected something like that to happen. Okay, we'll head out there right now.
Here, take this with you. This document certifies that you were dispatched by the guild. Please give it to the owner of the farm.
We already know Tio's father pretty well, so I don't think this is necessary, but we'll take it just in case.
Great. And we have some side quests. So I'm gonna do those right now. This is really weird. Where could it have gone?
Oh,
Excuse me, but can I ask you something? You didn't see a shiny rock around here, did you?
huh? Shiny rock?
Yeah, that's right. One that sparkles? You didn't see a rock like that lying around here anywhere, did you?
Are you saying you lost something? I don't recall seeing anything like that. Do you know where you might have dropped it?
My mom was calling for me, so I ran over to the general goods store where she was.
I know I had it in my hand at the time, but when I came back here, it was gone. When you say general goods store, you mean Mr. Renon's store, right? Did you look in front of his store?
Obviously, that's the first place I looked. You don't need to treat me like a kid, you know.
Hi, aren't you a charmer?
I already asked the Bracer Guild to help find it, so I'm sure it'll show up sooner or later. If you do happen to come across it, give me a holler straight away. I'll probably be around. Okay, cool. Head over to Renon's store, which is right here, but in the front of the store, the steaming sewer crate? Ah, no, come back. Oh, that. I wasn't supposed to go in. Haha.
Huh?
What's the matter?
I wonder what that is. There's something shining from down there through the sewer grate.
Huh, you're right. Looks like something must have fallen through.
Sewers?
tell me you forgot about the sewers already. You know, that smelly, monster-infested place we were in not that long ago? Oh, right! The sewers! We went there during our practical training, right? The entrance to the sewers should be just behind the chapel. If you're so interested in what's down there, how about we check it out a little later?
Sure, let's do that.
Okay. Head over to the sewers. Go into the back of the chapel, which I believe is this way. Yep, there is the church. Head to the locked door. Enemies need to stop blending in. I can't see shit.
Piece of cake.
Bones! We're gonna be making soup! Oh, shoot. Okay. Not bad. I'll take it. Oh! Oof! Nice, Josh!
Alright, we're good to go.
Use arts on these, they said. Okay, well, this still needs hit, but, she didn't even take any damage, are you kidding me? Miss no Kiseki! It never ends.
We're good to go.
Ooh, preemptive. Fine, I will use arts just because they're less likely to miss.
Take! Take! That's that then. Let's move out.
I see now. I think we saw shining through the sewer grate was this.
Seems like it. Quartz fragment, huh? Now we know why it was shining so much.
The way it sparkles is so beautiful. This is made of septium too, right?
Loosely speaking, yes. But let's talk about it later. This isn't really the place to have a leisurely chat.
I guess you're right. No normal person would stay here any longer than they had to.
Kill the rat!
We're good to go.
There is a turbo button in this game, so I'm using it where I can. Just save me some time. Oh hey, the church has some pretty, stained glass back there. Neato. Anyway, Kiddo was back here.
Hey, is that rock? Could it be that this is the rock you've been looking for? Yep, this is the one. My shiny rock. Why is it all dirty like this?
Don't you have something else to say before you complain? You guys are bracers, right? I've already paid your money to the guild. Therefore, I think I have the right to complain. That's not the problem here. Calm down, Estelle. He's just a kid.
You know that, but...
This quartz is what you were looking for, right?
Yeah, that's the one.
This rock is really quartz? You mean the same kind of quartz as in an orbit? Yep, it's the same kind of quartz made with sepith. It's chipped, so it doesn't function anymore.
I see.
So this rock belonged to an orbit.
What's wrong? You seem a bit out of it.
Who, me? Oh, it's nothing. I'm glad you found it. I guess that's about it then.
Oh, that reminds me.
I almost forgot. Here, take these. Drill meatballs! My mom gave these to me and tells me they're healthy, but they're kind of bitter, so I can't stand them. Anyway, I appreciate what you did for me today. Seriously, what a cheeky little kid. I'm sure it's a difficult age for him, but I wonder why he was searching for that quartz.
What do you mean? Now that you mention it, it does seem a little strange. But, oh well, everyone has something they think is important.
Truer words couldn't be spoken. Perhaps that kid has an interest in ornaments.
I, for one, don't see what's so interesting about those overly complex gadgets. My brain just goes numb from just about thinking of them.
Except for the fact that you'll have to get used to them sooner or later. Won't be able to fulfill your job as a bracer if you can't use one.
Alright, I'll try and learn.
Right, let's head back to the guild to report that and get our cash money. Do I have enough sepith to open a slot for Joshua yet? No. Ugh. Neither of them are really in a place that may need healing.
Yeah.
Mouse! My mouse freezes up on me sometimes. It's really annoying. Great. Love that one. Okay. I'm just checking out what's going on. Alright, west towards Milch Road. Before that, we'll save, because we just did a quest. I said yes! Thank you. Alright, for this other one, I'm supposed to go all the way to the west. So we're gonna keep going there. Is it a palm? Yep, they're palms! Shiny palm sparkling mildly! It's Joshua's turn, so I'm gonna... Oof, I can't. Oh, they can't take damage that way. Oh, they can't be hit! They're like the, What do you do against these? They're basically the, like, mascot monster for Kiseki. Alright, this is the thing we're here for, so... Okay, so... There's a reason I'm doing this? Yeah, they're kind of like slimes. Oof. Yeah, there's probably... Heal blocks! Ooh, this is gonna take a while.
We're good to go.
Launch! It's okay, I have meatballs. And it's dead, and hopefully this doesn't hit us. Yes! That's why we moved away. I knew that was coming.
Let's move out.
Alright, let's head back and report that. That was our other side quest, and now we can just move on. And I should be able to afford some armor for Joshua after that one. Yes, clothe the lad. Okay, quick, let's check up on our stuff. That's not helpful. Items? That's what I wanted. Alright. Nothing interesting. Okay. Time to clothe the lad. Okay, and let's equip Joshua with the armor vest. And then let's sell some stuff, because now I've got two things I don't need. Sweet money! Not enough to really do anything with, but you know, cash money, nice. Okay, doesn't look like we need anything more from here, so let's pop back to where we're at. I'm gonna use some of my limited money to go rest first. Actually, can I just head home and use my rest? without having to use my mirror? Yeah! Yes, we are in fact allowed to sleep in our own house for free. Yeah, it's just... Hang on. A hidden treasure lot. Okay, first before I get to any of this. Oof. Oh, Jesus!
Let's do this!
Drop a rock on its head! Worked out so far.
I'm sorry.
Oh,
Not now.
this is why we saved. I was told that battle was hard. So I'm not gonna go for that right now. Alright. Da, 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 da. I guess, hang on. Yeah, that ain't happening anytime soon. Are you kidding me? Okay. Do. Oh, shoot. Bugs out of nowhere. Red insectos. Hey, that's the sex number.
Not now.
Black captain.
Piece of cake.
Let's go heal. And then maybe grind a little bit? It seems like grinding might not be the worst idea here. There's only one of them this time, so... I need more new weapon.
That's that. Let's move out.
Yay, a level, I think. Nice.
Piece of cake.
Okay, no, not quite new level for Joshua. It seems like a waste of EP to be doing this, but like, I don't want to have to wait to get up there.
Piece of cake.
Yeah, level 5. I know there's a kitty over here. Yep. 3 of them. So let's use that. Kill it off quick. Ah, nice.
All right, we're good to go.
Hey. Okay, dual strike will play that out. That's good to know. Wow! Thanks, Estelle.
Piece of cake.
I can at least grind Sepith out of these guys. Miss no Kisaki, strikes again.
Alright, we're good to go.
Can your girl get some water, Sepith? God. There we go.
We're good to go.
Yeah, water Sepith, that thing I need. We're so close to another slot for Joshua. That's the evil tree that hurts us. I think that's everybody around here. If we leave and come back, do the enemies respawn? Yep.
That's that. Let's move out.
We're good to go.
Not quite, but close. So close. Which side of you is the back, exactly? That side! Okay, cool. The more we know, huh? Oh, I should probably heal Estelle, huh? There we go. We have enough for a second slot. Bye. That wasn't what I meant to do. I wanted to run. Run like the wind, bullseye. Orbit. Orbit slot. Okay, cool. So now we have Joshua set up his time fire, which makes him our Reen XP. Actually, how am I doing on... I'll figure out what buttons are in a minute. 510 is not enough to buy anything. Sad, okay. Let's try to go to the farm again. Not this time. If you light the bugs on fire, they die. It's like Pokemon.
No matter when we come here, this place is always so tranquil. It's hard to imagine monsters running amok here.
I certainly don't sense anything out of the ordinary either. Anyway, let's go ask someone here to fill us in on the details.
I wonder if Tio's home today.
Yes, that's what we've learned. Okay. Talk to Tio inside the cow stable.
It's Joshua! Did you come to play with me?
I wish I had time, but I'm afraid today I'm here for work. Work?
That's no fun if we can't play.
Maybe later if there's time.
The kids here really like you, Joshua. Oh, Joshua, Estelle. Hi, Shay. How have you been?
Do you know where your mom and dad are?
They're not home right now. Tio's outside if you want to talk to her, though.
Here's Tio. I can't get in that way. It's a chicken! Ha ha ha! Chickens! Okay, sorry about that. I may have lost it a teeny bit. Oh.
Moo. Hi, Tio.
It's been a while, hasn't it?
Estelle? And Joshua, too. Did you guys come for a visit? Not exactly. We're here on bracer business. We heard that you've been having some trouble with monsters.
So Joshua explained that they're here to do their father's work because he's away.
You finished all your training? That's wonderful news. Maybe you can help after all. So there really are monsters giving you trouble, huh? Regrettably, that's been the case for the past several days now. Thanks to which I'm suffering from a lack of sleep.
Which means the monsters only come out at night.
Very perceptive, Joshua. It'd be better if you got all the details from my father, though. I imagine he should be back from delivering the milk and vegetables any time now.
Alright. Now we gotta head into the house and talk to the parents, who should be home by now. How do I get into the house? Okay. Maybe? Yes! Oh, here we are. Found him.
Good afternoon, Mr. and Mrs. Purcell.
How's everyone getting on these days? Well, if it isn't Estelle and Joshua. What brings you to our neck of the woods? Did you come to sleep, Dio?
We were actually just chatting with her outside. To tell you the truth, we're here on an errand today from the Bracer Guild.
Estelle hands Mr. Purcell the guild referral, and Joshua explains that they're taking over for their father while he's away. Is that so? Well, don't you think this job's a little dangerous for just the two of you to handle? I agree, I'd feel terrible if one of you were to get hurt.
Don't sweat it, we're bracers after all, and taking care of monsters is right up our alley.
The guild has even authorized us to carry out this task. If you wouldn't mind leaving it to us, we'd be more than grateful. Well, alright then. Go ahead and have at it.
Thank you very much, Mr. Purcell. Then, could you tell us a little more about the monsters that have been wrecking your fields?
I haven't been able to get a clear look at one yet, but they seem to resemble something like a chubby cat. As far as I can tell, 3 or 4 appear at night, raid our fields, gnawing on anything they can get their grubby little paws on. They don't seem threatening exactly, but they're extremely nimble. We've tried many times to capture them over the course of the last several nights, but to no avail. Sounds like a pretty strange bunch of creatures, if you ask me. Since they only appear under the cover of night, we'll have to wait for it to get dark. And how about taking a load off till then? I assume you'll also be joining us for dinner, right? You said the magic word! You bet I will! I'm a huge fan of your cooking, Mrs. Purcell. I can't wait! You sure know how to please a woman who spends a lot of time toiling in the kitchen. And for that, I'll whip you up something special that'll live up to your expectations.
Oh, that was delicious! Your mom's cooking is as good as ever, Tio!
That's because she gets excited to cook whenever you have guests over for meals. I feel really bad for Joshua, though. The little one's jumping all over him like that.
It's probably a good thing. Surprisingly enough, kids tend to latch onto him a lot. If anything, I'm more blown away by the fact that children enjoy playing with such a stick in the mud.
I think that's a bit of an over-exaggeration, don't you? He's definitely courteous, maybe even a tad reserved, but if you get to know him, he's a really caring young man. The fact that he's not self-conscious about it, too, gives him points in my book.
You really think so?
Think about it. The striking facial features, mysterious amber eyes, and lush black hair. It's only natural that he'd be a target for all the young girls.
Is Joshua really that popular?
Are you blind, Estelle? Rumor has it that more than just a few girls have asked to go out with him. I hear he turned them all down, though.
I have no idea.
Joshua never said a word to me about it.
I don't know how I should even begin to describe his secretive nature after hearing this, but how utterly cruel of him to not confide in me.
If you were a boy, I imagine it'd be a different story, but as a girl, I don't think that's something you just talk to you about.
Right?
The fact that you haven't fallen for him yourself is beyond me.
Huh? Why would I?
Estelle, you're in there, aren't you? It's about time to do our rounds.
Alright, I'm coming! I'll be back after Joshua and I get the job done, Tio. I'd like to continue this conversation then, okay?
Oh, alright. Be careful out there, Estelle. That girl, she's either completely out of touch with matters of the heart or just plain dense. Poor Joshua. He really has his work cut out for him. It seems as though the monsters always show up at about this time. We'd better get outside and take a look around. What's going on, Estelle?
I've gotta ask, Joshua. You don't happen to have any secrets you're not telling me about, do you?
Come on now, where are you coming up with this stuff?
Since you came to live with us, we've always done everything together, right? Even though we've had our fair share of fights, they're all good memories for me now, and what I mean to say is I've come to think of you as family in every sense of the word.
Estelle?
So, if there's ever anything on your mind you'd like to talk about, I'm available to lend an ear. You know, about things like trouble with your love life and whatnot.
What are you trying to say?
Nothing. I just wanted to let you know that I'm here to listen if you need someone to talk to, that's all. Let's hurry up and get out there so we can kick some monster butt.
What kind of nonsense is Tio putting into that girl's head? Secrets, huh?
Oh, it's really dark out here in the countryside. So, Joshua, how do you think we should go about making the rounds?
Let's see. How about we start by checking around the house first, then move on to fields, stable, and greenhouses. We should be able to cover the entire farm by doing it this way.
Alright, let's go!
And I'm going to save because there's a chance to lose BP here.
It's awfully quiet.
Only hear the bugs chirping. Doesn't look as if they shown up yet. I wonder if they're aware of our presence.
Hey, Joshua, did anyone ever tell you that story as a kid? You know, the one about babies being born in a cabbage patch?
And now there's another question entirely out of the blue. And no, I was told about an angel with silver wings who delivers them.
Interesting. So the explanation for where babies come from differs depending on the region, huh?
How about we get back to work?
Okay.
Patch cow stable. Is this a cow stable? Yes.
No monsters here.
Alright, let's keep moving. I should have figured monsters wouldn't bother coming in here.
Well, with your menstrual, but gives this place a romantic ambiance. It makes me feel like it was always wild, just having fun here.
You definitely are dense still.
At least it's better than being dense like someone I know. Look! It's getting away! Hey, get back here, you little furball!
I can still sense its presence. Staying put in the farm for the moment.
Well, good, because it's about to get caught.
Save one more time. I don't know where it ran, and I need to get behind it.
We're on a stealth mission, everybody. Which is a mistake to let me do.
There it is. Okay, I think this is behind it.
Got him! Think it's time to teach this critter a lesson.
Here's where our job really starts, so stay alert and don't let your guard down.
Let's do this!
Yeah, the problem is... Crop Muncher is playing dead. Cute, okay.
Here I come.
how. It does sound vaguely dirty, but it's literally just it literally just wants to eat the crop.
That's that. Let's move out.
Yeah. My goodness, the work of a bracer is something else. You kids have done a fine job of rounding up these critters.
Nothing really. I wanted to ask you though, now that they've been caught, what do you plan on doing with them?
It does not look like... I'm gonna go with this one.
Do we really have to exterminate them?
Of course we do, Estelle. That's the whole reason we came up here in the first place.
But
The mission of a bracer is to protect civilians and uphold justice. Showing mercy to a bunch of monsters is just absurd and completely illogical.
I just see what you're getting at, but
You know, it was only some vegetables that were damaged, so...
what do you think about letting it slide this time?
You know, after taking a beating like that, I'm sure they've learned their lesson.
Teal, Mrs. Purcell.
But in this case, I strongly suggest otherwise. I myself am against killing them too. Whether it's us or them, the fact of the matter is we're all living things trying to survive in the same land. To some degree, I think we need to be mindful of those creatures living around us as we go about our daily lives. I know you may disagree with me, Joshua, but would you mind staring these critters just this once? Understood. Since this is coming from the ones who suffered the actual loss, I won't object to your request. I'm really sorry about this, Joshua. I know I had you two come all the way up here. I'll make sure to reinforce the fence and devise a way to prevent this from happening again.
Then that's that. All right, you critters, you better count your blessings. If we catch you around here again, you won't be so lucky. Now scram!
Well, I'll consider this matter closed. It's been a long night, so how about we head back to the house and hit the sack? Two of you are more than welcome to spend the night.
Sounds good to me.
I appreciate your hospitality.
Man, I'm beat. It's really late, so how about we hit the sack? Joshua? What's wrong?
I'm sorry. I made the situation really awkward for everyone.
Huh? Are you talking about what happened back outside? Don't sweat it. I guarantee you nobody thought anything of it. Really, your judgment was the most sound of anyone's.
Enjoy your dinner. No, it wasn't. I'm just cold-hearted and indifferent, that's all. Even now, I still think we shouldn't have shown any mercy and simply put those creatures out of their misery. Unlike you and T.O., I don't feel any compassion. It's times like this that I really begin to loathe myself. It's almost as if there's something wrong with me as a person. Maybe some part of my heart is broken or something.
Joshua! Don't you dare say things like that about yourself. Well, I've watched almost everything you've done for the past 5 years, and I'm confident in saying that I know your strengths and weaknesses better than anyone else. Probably even more than you yourself. I won't allow you to just disregard everything with a bunch of nonsense. I don't ever want to hear you say you're broken again.
I'm sorry. It was foolish of me to say that.
As long as you understand what I said, this really matters. But you know what? Believe it or not, I was happy to hear you admit how you felt.
Why?
Your real problem, Joshua, is that you always try to keep your feelings locked up inside. Whenever you're troubled or worried, you just go around with this nonchalant look and try to fix everything by yourself. It's a little upsetting for someone who's supposed to be your family. Still, Joshua, you were able to lay bare your own weakness today. You learned to trust in someone other than yourself. And for that, I'm happy.
I don't know what your point is, but I'm amazed that you can just stand there and say something as embarrassing as that.
I got a whole lot more where that came from. But how about we call it a night? After all this endless running around, I'm ready to drop.
Alright then. Have a good night, Estelle. And thanks.
You're welcome, Joshua. Sleep tight.
Thank you both. You did us all a great service. Once again, I apologize for things not turning out the way they should have. Please, don't worry about it anymore. We were able to learn a lot from this experience ourselves. If there's anything else we can help you with in the future, please let the Bracer Guild know. That'll definitely be the first place of contact.
Come visit us again sometime when you're free, okay? We'd love to have you over for the night again when things are convenient for you. I'll treat you to some of my best cooking next time you come.
Thanks for the invitation, Kyo and Mrs. Purcell.
We'll definitely be back to take you up on that when our workload settles down. Alright, how about we head back to the guild? After we report this one, we can start on the next.
Sounds like a plan. On to the next one.
Bug. I should have seen this coming, and somehow I did not.
Cool.
Hit. 3 cut. Nice. 0. Oh. There we go.
We're good to go.
That's cute, buddy. Beast Flash! Okay. Back on the road, we're going places. How much money do I have? Not a lot. Maybe I'll have some once the thing gets reported to the guild. Give me cash! Morning, how did the job at the farm go?
We hit a few bumps in the road, but
Let me give you a brief report of the details. Joshua gives Ina a rundown of last night's events at the farm. And we got paid! Yeah! 1,000, Mira! Oh! I see, so you ended up setting the monsters free because the Purcell family requested you to do so? I think it was premature on their part, but I won't pursue the matter any further.
is it okay to leave things at that?
The mission of a bracer is to protect civilians and uphold justice. However, there are many ways we can protect those around us, and there are many forms of justice as there are stars in the heavens. As a bracer, it's your job to be able to discern these things. Indeed, our work has very profound implications if you think about it in that way. That's because we aren't an organization that deals strictly with monster problems. We also intervene when disputes arise between nations. To become a high-ranking bracer, one must have more than combat strength. Well-honed mind and flexible problem-solving skills are also required. A sharp mind and problem-solving ability, huh?
Serious? The road to the big leagues sounds a lot steeper than I originally thought.
Well, then your only choice is to devote yourself to working hard every day. And since you're both here, why don't I get the details of your next job?
Those are the words I've been waiting to hear. I'm ready for anything, so what have you got lined up for us this time? Another monster that needs a good whipping?
Not this time. The next job will entail the transportation of goods. And get this, your client is none other than Mayor Klaus himself.
Really? A request from the mayor?
Do you think it'll be alright leaving such an important task up to us? From what I've heard, it's a pretty simple job. In any case, I'd like you to speak with the mayor directly about the job details. Okay, cool. And let's check this while we're here. Alright, sounds like we should be doing this pretty much immediately. Let me... Okay, let's start with orbment replacement. So we need to go to the Orbital Factory. Well, hey there, you two bracers seem to be having some success lately. I'm hearing a lot about your hard work recently.
Yeah, that's because we're still new at this, so we had to work extra hard.
It's encouraging to hear. You guys actually came at a good time. I've got an urgent job that needs to be taken care of. You think you'd be up to the task of replacing an orbment light in the main lamp around the Milch Main Road?
You just leave it to us.
if you're fine with us doing the job, we'll gladly accept. Thanks, I really appreciate this. I completely forgot it needed to be replaced today. First off, I'll need to give you the replacement part.
This is a replacement orbit?
That's right. I want you to replace the orbit light in road lamp number 6 in the Mill Train Road to the west. It's the 6th road lamp that you'll come across counting from Roland's west entrance. Make sure you get the right one.
I think I got it.
6th road lamp from Roland's west entrance, right? Once you find the road lamp, you'll need to open the maintenance panel. You'll need a 6-digit combination to open it.
You serious?
Yep. The combination for the 6th road lamp is 544818.
I'm sorry, could you repeat that again?
It's 544818. That's right. Good memory, Joshua.
Show off.
After the combination is entered, the panel will open. After that, all that's left is to replace the orbit. It may seem like a simple task, but be sure not to mess it up. The road map may be out of order for a while now. Let's see, the orbits keep the large monsters away, right? It's much more than an unconscious dislike. It's not much more than an unconscious dislike for them. But if they do go out, then we run into real problems, which is why I'm asking you to do this job, just in case. This road lamp's are placed just off the roads in areas where monsters are most likely to appear.
Well, you just leave those matters to me and I'll take care of them. But I'd better write down that combination before I forget.
And maybe you should let me deal with the combination instead. I'll leave it up to you to divide the work amongst yourselves. That should be everything you need to know, so good luck. If you need to double check or cancel the job, then come talk to me again. Alright, well, that'll be easy enough, but first I want to get weapon. Weapon! Ooh, I can buy 2 weapon! Weapon! No, not my tier bombs. I need those. I still got a lot of EP and Estelle, so... use that. And we'll be on our way. Before I do that, though... Poor mother. Did I count one?
From what Freddy said, I think this is a road lamp.
I'm fairly certain this is the right one, too. It says road lamp number 6 on the panel as well.
Right, it does. Alrighty then, let's get to work and finish this job.
Unfortunately, it may not be that easy.
What do you mean? Where do these monsters come from?
Looks like the orbit really has burned out. Anyway, one of us will need to fend off these monsters while the other replaces the orbit.
Yeah, you're right. Well then, leave these monsters to me.
Okay. We'll open the maintenance panel, so hold them off until then, Estelle.
Got it.
Miss. Miss no Kiseki!
We're good to go.
Stop it!
So if you monsters had enough,
There she goes again.
how's everything on your side, Joshua?
I'm putting them in the combination right now. Let's see, it was 544818, I think.
I'm okay here, so just focus on the work.
Right, it's open. All we need to do is replace the ornament.
Oh, baby, I'm on a roll. Come on, come on, come on, you monsters!
Sorry to have kept you waiting. Estelle, our work is done.
Huh? Done? Wait, so you've already replaced the ornament?
Yep, I don't think we'll need to worry about any more monsters.
Eh?
You sound like that's a bad thing.
Your imagination.
You really are something else. Alright, I'm gonna go turn that in. No, actually under report. Oh, I guess I need to go talk to the guy at the ornament factory. That's fine. I can do that. Get me in! Hi, Freddy.
We're back, Freddy!
Oh, hi, Estelle. Look on your face. Sounds like you finished the job.
Yep, and we did a fine job, too. Although we did have a few hang-ups.
We thought we'd report to you as a matter of good measure. So it really was burnt out, huh? I'm sure it happened because we were late replacing it. Yeah, the thing is, apparently if you had Joshua fight them off, then you would have had to remember it. But I didn't. Sorry, kids. You're put in harm's way because of me.
There's no need to apologize. Comes with the territory.
Dealing with dangerous jobs is part of a bracer's work. Appreciate you saying that. Oh, I know. How about I give this to you to make amends? Impede 2!
This is a quartz?
Yep, it's an Impede 2 quartz. It can prevent an enemy's arts. It can be pretty useful if you use it effectively.
Thanks!
I appreciate it. No, thank you to the both of you today. If you need to discuss anything about ornaments, stop by any time. Don't forget to swing by if you have any other business needs. Sweet, we got stuff. And let's see about that quartz, huh? I do want to keep that one, but ooh. There's a reason I'm doing this setup. I'm gonna go home first and heal. Let's try that thing again. Because we have an area attack now! Eat a meatball, you'll feel better.
That's that then.
Yeah! Look at all that fire stuff! Hey, we got a thingy! You open the empty chest and stare inside. The chest stares back accusingly. I forgot there are chest lines in this game. I think that is useful for how I want her orbit loadout to be. So I'm gonna switch Impede 2 and Evade 1 off of her and go back to HP 1. And... oh, hang on, I have to take the thing off of Joshua. Alright, let's go heal up. Never underestimate the power of free healing. I don't mean to keep running in there, it's just that I move really fast. Time for another drink break while I go check the thing. Gonna go do another side quest out this way. Hi, Blink! Poor dude. Aw, but she love. That seems like a bad way to keep people out. Huh. Oh. There's a door. I wouldn't have noticed that. Hello. Well, if it isn't Estelle and Joshua too.
Hello, Mr. Ashton.
It's been a while since we last met. Yes, it has. So I've heard my boy Luke caused a lot of trouble, did he? I'm absolutely ashamed as a father.
I'm sure it's perfectly normal for a boy his age to be naughty like that. I mean, even I ran around outside of town when I was young.
Yeah, and you're supposed to be a girl. You're certainly full of energy as usual.
Oh no, Blake!
I'd love to you to share some of that vigor with my new recruits. I've been thinking recently about doing a stimulated battle to whip my men into shape. They put in a request at the guild for a few good men or women to play the part of enemy soldiers, so I think the pair of you would be the perfect fit of the job, so how about it? Can you do this for me?
Heck yeah! Sure, we'll do it.
We'll gladly accept. Thanks, I really appreciate this. Go ahead and take a break until the preparations are ready. If I don't have you in tip-top condition, there's no point in doing the training.
Then I'm ready for an afternoon nap.
Alright then, we'll get ourselves ready. Sure, please do what you need to. Oh cool, I didn't even need to go back home, I guess. Alright, training begins now. Everyone advance 5 steps forward. Ready yourselves! No, I was bored before, but...
No, it's training at all, but it still scares the living daylights out of me.
This is a training exercise, so please refrain from speaking. You will need to take this seriously as if it were a real battle. Stella and Joshua, you don't need to hold back on my men.
That was my intention from the beginning.
We'll do as you request.
Yikes!
Forward!
Here I come.
Let's do this!
Oh, he lived. Huh, unfortunate. That'll fix that.
Piece of cake.
Cease fighting! This training is over. Hello! Oh my goodness, it's finally over. Good job, everyone.
Can I say pathetic? Are you guys really supposed to be soldiers? Hey, you be quiet. I'm not all feral kids like you. How about you try and say that one more time?
Knock it off, Scott. Training is over. You seriously need to cool down too, Estelle.
I hate sore losers.
Private Scott, Private Harold. I think what Estelle said just a moment ago is how the citizens of this region really feel. Do you really have what it takes to protect them? Seems that both of you need to take another look in the mirror. Yes, sir. Very good. Do not forget what you learned today and strive to fulfill your duties. Estelle and Joshua, thanks for your hard work today. Thanks to you, I think my soldiers got the wake-up call they needed.
There's no need to thank us. It's us who should be thanking you. This was excellent training.
I agree. It's a good learning experience. If you think so, then you're set for life as bracers. Though our positions may be different, we're both here to serve the public. Though I can't do much else, I'll pray for success for the both of you.
Sure. Thanks again.
Take care of yourself. I will. I hope to be seeing you again sometime. Okay, soldier training done. Me too. Now let's do the other two. let's start with mushroom hunt, but first let's go report. My plan for tonight is to finish out the side quests and then call it until next week. Give me money. No, I didn't mean to do that. I meant to report. Yeah! Yeah! Cool, okay, done. Waiting at the landing port. Okay. That's the mayor's house? Yeah. Malga Trail's that way. Rollant landing port, okay. Darn bracers, how long do they intend to keep me waiting? They don't hurry and get here, I'm gonna miss my flight. Should have expected much from a rural backwater burg like this. Huh? Well, I'll be. It's a bracer, if I'm not mistaken. They're waiting for you to show up. They're urgent jobs, so you have some time to hear my request.
Sure. We've got some time.
Great, this really helps me out a lot. Alright, let me give you a rundown and explain the details of the job. Let me formally introduce myself. I'm Orvid, representative for Orvid Co. Limited.
I'm Estelle, and this is...
Joshua, it's nice to meet you. Estelle and Joshua, is it? Two of you are quite young, if I do say so myself.
We're actually pretty new to this little bracer thing.
Greenhorns? Yeah, well, I guess you'll have to do.
Pardon?
Never mind. Just talking to myself. Alright, let's get down to business. Please excuse my lack of decorum, but I'm in a bit of a hurry.
Sure.
At the moment, I'm looking for a rare mushroom called the firefly fungus. It is said that it only grows in soil rich with septium. There are records of it being picked here in Roland, but no shops seem to carry it. However, it is a vital necessity that I get my hands on one, so I put in a request to the guild house. Soil rich with septium, huh? I can only think of the Malga Trail as possible location. Do you know any other characteristics of these mushrooms? It seems it normally grows in areas with patches of grass. Ever since it's buried in the dirt, if you don't look closely, you won't find it.
Jeez, this one sounds like it's gonna be a pain.
But once you dig it up, you'll know if it's a firefly fungus or not. For one thing, it glows with a light green color. So that's why it's called a firefly fungus.
Well, that makes sense.
Alright, I've explained things clearly enough.
So, basically, all we need to do is find a glowing mushroom in a patch of grass along the Malga Trail, right?
Looks that way to me. Well, if they're really growing on the ground, we probably won't be able to find one so easily. If you run into any trouble, come back and speak to me again. I hope you find one as soon as possible. Not sure why I decided to go so gravelly with him. It kind of hurts to do his voice. Thankfully, he's an NPC. Okay, Malga Trail is off this way. I have too many things open. East on the split path in the second area. Cool, okay.
Cool.
That's that. Let's move out.
Oh, nice. One hit.
Piece of cake.
It would have taken too long. Otherwise, so arts it is. I don't normally like to use arts very much, but... Oh, I didn't even realize there was a monster there. Whoops. Sometimes I'm a bit stupid. Nice.
That's that. Let's move out.
I'm also a bit stupid all the time, that's why you're here. Because it's funny when I'm stupid. Not a thing remains in the chest except a lonely, dead spider. Oh. Okay. There we go.
That's that. Let's move out.
Oh, and bug. Dead bug.
All right, we're good to go.
We're already far enough away, come on.
That's that. Let's move out.
Double bug. There you go.
We're good to go.
Double bug, taken care of. And we're close to a level up. Neat. Oh, bug. Oh shit, they got us. Oh no, we got them. Oh, okay, wait. I can read. We're okay. Man, I'm critical and I can't even use it. Shit sucks. Ow. Double bubble gum. Oh jeez, Stella's about to die. That's less than great. There we go.
Piece of cake.
A non-dead Estelle. We love that for us. Not getting me from behind, bugs. Don't know why they're so intense on killing Estelle specifically. Can they sense the pro tag?
Piece of cake.
Chest! His chest is now full of disappointment. Oh.
Aha!
So the sudden outburst.
I found it! Now to claim our prize!
Isn't that...
You think so too? This place is growing seems about right, and it's got that soft green glow. This has to be that firefly fungus that what's-its-face is talking about.
You mean Orvid, right?
Yeah, that's what I meant. Doesn't look all that tasty, but it sure is pretty for a mushroom. Almost like the glow of septium, if you ask me.
Septium?
What's up, Joshua?
I may be worrying too much, but I think you better put that mushroom in your bag quickly, Estelle.
What the?
Just like I figured.
Mushroom attracts.
Estelle, look out! It's okay, it's kitties, Joshua, calm down.
That's that then. Let's move out.
Now that was a surprise, I tell ya. Did you put that thing away? Yep, it's all taken care of.
The light emitted by raw septum has the power to attract monsters. The mushroom seems to have the same effect.
Sneaky merchant! You never mentioned a single thing about this!
Anyway, let's hurry back to town.
Right! Just wait till I get my hands on you, you conniving merchant!
Oh, shoot. Oh, this is a less than fun fight. They do more damage. That would have been nice if it worked. Oof, my EP. Good, okay.
We're good to go.
Should probably have them eat some mushrooms. Not mushrooms, meatballs. Meatball! That'll be enough. Okay. I don't need to go up this way yet, so what if I just run? Love it when they miss.
All right, we're good to go.
Level up! Love that heal for us! Okay.
All right, we're good to go.
Yeah, level up. We will be going back that way, I think, but we don't need to go there yet, so...
I'm just gonna head back.
We rule.
I love how Estelle can just take these out in one hit.
That's that. Let's move out.
What's that you say? You found the mushroom?
Yep, we found it alright.
Oh, wonderful.
But it might be different than the one we heard about from you. You see, this mushroom attracts monsters.
Well, it's like this. So, even though you knew the risk, you hired us for the job, Orvid? Just some side quests. What? How was I supposed to know something like that? Besides, a bracer's job is to deal with danger, right?
Well, a little heads up would have been nice, so we could have at least been prepared.
Never mind us, the big question here is your motive. What do you intend to use this mushroom for?
Yeah, this thing could be a weapon. Back up, you had some big nefarious plan in mind, right? A nefarious mushroom plan!
What? Isn't it obvious what I'm gonna be using it for? For cooking, of course.
What? Cooking? Are you trying to tell me that people actually eat this thing?
That's why it's such a pain to deal with country bumpkins. In the hands of a skilled chef, the more distinct the ingredient, the more profound the taste. And from that perspective, firefly fungus is the king of them all. Also, it's a truffle. It's no doubt the ultimate ingredient.
So pretty much what you're saying is that it's for people with bizarre eating habits?
That's the talk of one unacquainted with a true delicacy. Then again, commoners such as yourself would never have the opportunity to try such dishes.
And praise be to heaven for that. You never want to gnaw on a ratty green mushroom like that. Agreed, it looks pretty nasty.
Anyway, I have other business preparations to make. Now, if you don't mind, I ask that you hand over the mushroom and leave.
Yeah, please take it.
On behalf of this mushroom, I shall turn a blind eye to your ignorance. And as promised, I will pay. So be grateful to your client.
No one's gonna buy that mushroom, I hope you know. Come on, Joshua, let's go.
Please excuse us. We'll be going now.
Yes, please do. Yep, it's a black truffle. Heck. There we go. Nope, nope. I've wandered too far. Oh, that's why. Okay, there we go. We're correct now. We got this. Okay. Money! Okay, we got that. And the last one is medical necessities.
Wrong window.
Okay, so the priest needs some stuff. And the forest we need to go to is down near home, where we don't really need to heal up. So let's go to the forest. Oh, we're not actually there yet. That's why, okay. Oh, whoops. So what happens when I wasn't hit? What is that thing? The Mars Sparrow. And it's dead.
Piece of cake.
A lot of the enemies are really hard to see in this game. They're way easier to see in Cold Steel. I think that wasn't where I was supposed to go. Damn it, bugs! Can I just not? Can I leave? Shit. Well, enemies fade in and out. So, like, as I get closer, you see it kind of fades in. Oh, it's Joshua. Okay.
That's that. Let's move out.
Oh, sparrows. Love that. Okay. Oops.
I'm sorry.
These don't look fun. Oh, yep, they're not. Cool. Love that. He doesn't have enough EP for this.
Piece of cake.
Am I stupid? Okay, update not stupid, just bad at reading. Okay. Get out of the forest, because the forest is trying to kill us, and I'm not about that life. Wrong way. Shit. God damn it. Not today! The priest needs me. Thank you. I have been trying with the voice acting. It's not something I'm good at, but it's something I enjoy and I want to try to get better at. So off to the church. Hello, I'm running in the church. Well, if it isn't Estelle, you seem to be in a cheerful mood as usual.
Here you are. These are for you, Father Divine.
This is the bear claw and the savory pinion you were looking for. Please use them as medicinal ingredients. You requested these at the guild, right? That's right, I did put in a request. I'm just surprised you went to all the trouble to do this for me. Weren't you hurt trying to gather these?
Nope, we were totally fine. I mean, we were fine. Well, maybe fine is the totally part.
I'm worried about your attitude, Estelle.
Hey, there's nothing to be worried about.
I know I've told you this before. It's certainly a joyous occasion when everything goes well. However, it is at these times when we should gird up our loins for the trials that lie ahead.
Okay, I'll be more careful from now on.
Since I seem to have a bit of spare time, how about I take this opportunity to give you a special sermon?
What do you think of that? I'm sorry, Father, but we really gotta get going. You've still got work left to do, right, Joshua? Don't bring me into this.
Please excuse us, Father, but we have to get back to the guild. That's too bad. However, since it has to do with your job, I must respect your position. Thank you for all your hard work, Estella Joshua. I pray that the goddess will always be with you.
Run! Run from the sermons! You know, JRPG stuff. No, I missed you the thing on to shut up! Okay. Money!
Okay, and that should be it. We'll just check the board just to see. Yep, there we go. Other side quests. So with that done, we're gonna save up and call it for the night. I will even save a second thing just to be sure. Alright then. That's it for tonight, everybody. Let's talk about scheduling. That is not my calendar. Okay, so next Monday, February 7th, we'll be starting Pokemon Crystal. And next Thursday, the 10th, we will be continuing Trails in the Sky and going back to Yoshi's Island on Tuesday, the 15th. That's the next 3 streams that we have planned. Other things may or may not come up in the meantime, depending on, you know, what we've got available and all that stuff, and what people are available. Because at some point I need to get back to doing, Power Wash with Bird, but, we'll see when we get there. Until then, I think that's it for tonight. I saved twice for Mother Letty, I'm okay. Until then, that's it for tonight. I will see everybody again on Monday, hopefully. And until then, stay happy, stay healthy, and stay hydrated. Bye, everyone!